and welcome. We are once again delving into the genre that I just love so much, horror. We did play this game like 2 months ago. Um, it was a absolutely amazing story, and we had a wonderful cast. We have almost the same cast this time around, very slight change, but still going to be an absolutely amazing story. Before we get into that, do a few announcements. Our schedule for April is up. It is out on our Twitter as well as on our Discord. Tomorrow we have a game of 5e. We have a unconventional dungeon dive and a hopefully very epic boss monster at the end. On Saturday we have our normal game of Pathfinder 2e, and Sunday we have our 2 games of Lancer. Another game that has just triggered my hyperfixation real hard. It's so good. Next week on Tuesday, we have a game of Vampire the Masquerade. Of course, next Wednesday, we have another game of Locus. On Thursday, we actually have a beginner's game of Pathfinder 2nd Edition. And at the start of that game, maybe a little bit before, depending on when we get our act together, myself and James are going to sit down, have a little chat, and talk about some of the rules, some of the basics, and maybe we'll delve into character creation a little bit. Oh boy. Other than that, we, of course, as always, have our affiliate link through HeroForge.com. You'll see some tokens next to the character portraits tonight. They were made through HeroForge. It's also where most commonly people will go to make miniatures. Highly customizable, absolutely beautiful. They got a bunch of new stuff for. I don't know if it's specifically April that they came out with it, but there's new sci-fi weapons and tools. There's new weapons. I think there's new like species skins. It's just there's so much stuff. But they do absolutely amazing work, and you can even, instead of ordering the miniature, you can order the file to 3D print that miniature for yourself. Either way, if you like cool stuff, you can use that link there in chat. Not only do you get to say cool stuff, but you get to support us in the process. And I feel like that is win-win. Oh boy. Unless one of my mods is about to yell at me to tell me that I forgot something, I feel like I can bring us into the wonderful cast here tonight and give them a chance to introduce themselves and their characters. Starting with the lovely Sir Hekabat.
Oh, first. I'm first. Hello, everybody. It's me, Sir Heckalot. Uh, you know, today I'm playing, walking into kind of the new, um, what is the word, setting. Um, I'm playing Macy Donahue, Dr. Macy Donahue, who is a microbiologist on this station here. Um, she is a relatively like just moderate build, moderate height woman with relatively short hair, but she's managed to salvage enough to put into a bun that is about as uptight as she probably is. Um, and is very commonly seen walking around wearing a lab coat and um, mostly keeping to herself. Which is, you'll probably learn a little atypical here.
Yeah. Well, now, wow. Since we are on you already, would you like to draw your 2 strike cards?
I'd love to do that. Let's see what happens. I'm kind of nervous. Why am I nervous about this?
They're
Oh
just
my god.
cards.
All right. First one, neutral. Second one, that is a haunt.
Starting off with a
Here we
haunt
go. We're starting
already.
strong.
All right. Well, then we will jump over then to Dave at camera 2.
Hey, I am Dave. I will be playing Connor Sharp. He works in security, may be a little bit temperamental, sometimes violent, but he'll make sure that you come back alive. And he is actually quite thankful for this opportunity to leave the spaceship in a little peace and quiet, and will probably be seen most of the time wandering around dark alleys of the ship or places where people normally wouldn't go.
Likes his quiet time in his personal space.
Yeah.
Would you also like to draw your 2 starting cards?
All right. Virtue. Well,
Oh.
it doesn't exist now, but it is
Magic trick.
virtue.
So you get +3
To the
willpower
neutral.
from that.
All right, that seems fitting for you. All right.
And then you
To the
discard that
neutral.
card and draw a replacement for it.
Oh, draw a replacement. Okay.
I think
Now the king of haunt. So
we have 2 haunt cards already. Off to just a banging start. We'll jump over to camera 3, which is James.
Hey, that's me. God, I haven't played a stream in so long. Yes, I am playing Steven.
What do I do with my hands?
Not Steven. Yeah, I know, right? I'm playing Stefan, a noble engineer, who's very hi, are we still good?
Yeah, still good.
And then yeah, he often brags about his former nobility, and yeah, he's kind of just an asshole, but is very very messy asshole, as my workstation looks like an ADHD funhouse or an OCD nightmare, whichever way you want to look at it.
So by noble, to give just a little bit of story, a little bit of, what is the word I'm looking for? A little bit of meaning to that compared to this setting. The cast of the ship that you're in is basically divided into officers and workers. Officers being the nobles. They're highly educated. They went through prep school, through various education programs, and are slated to eventually run things at various levels of the ship. Whereas your workers, they tend to be less educated, as there's no need, short of teaching them their basic job. They tend to be more expendable and far more numerous. That is just when James says noble, that's what he means.
That means I'm better than everyone.
You were.
I know.
Would you like to
We
draw
got 4
your
sessions.
2 starting cards?
Do I have to? All right.
I do.
I kind of do.
All right, neutral. And hey, virtue.
Nice. You can add 3 willpower, discard it, and draw again.
Quickly followed by a haunt.
Yeah. We're
We're
hot.
doing great.
so strong. All right, let's see if we can do 4 for 4.
All right. Speaking of 4 for 4, jump over to Tessa.
I am playing Ms. Officer Olivia Lexand. She has gotten top grades throughout her classes and letters of recommendations to become a health and well-being officer. She's been at a station here and a station there. Probably the most prominent thing is sort of her light interest into cybernetics, as one would quickly notice that she has a cybernetic arm, a cybernetic eye, and a cybernetic leg. All of which she vastly shows off. She has no issue with that. She is, if she's not bossing someone around, she's probably in the kitchen cooking something that she probably won't share unless it serves her to share it with you. However, it's going to be whatever it is the rest of you are having.
Yeah. Would you like to draw your 2 starting cards?
Oh yeah, sure. Okay.
Okay.
That's a neutral. For your hearts. Oh. I got a Queen of Hearts.
Let's
Or
go. 4.
Yes. We're starting
Wow.
strong.
That's
Get them
right.
out
We're
of
not
the-
even going to be on the first layer for very long.
Yeah.
I just feel the need to like take a picture of this. I'm just like
The odds just.
Mhm.
But I love it.
It's better that we get it out in session 1 than it is session 4.
It's not like this all just builds continuously.
No,
Oh,
never.
no. It's much more tame when we're going real slow in session 1 and then compared to like the later few episodes.
Yeah. So, for anyone that doesn't know, we are playing Locus, a horror TTRPG. This is a game that touches on personal, emotional, psychological trauma. It intentionally does so. In fact, each of these characters, I remember to put myself in the center. Each of these characters has written their backstories, and they have written events in their characters' lives that created trauma specifically. This is a key and core element of the game, but it is also something that should be taken should be done very carefully. It should not be taken very lightly. If you do like horror games, I would definitely recommend giving this a shot, as long as you have a group that you can openly communicate with and that you are able to forge trust with, because this is a game that can very easily turn from a horror game to crossing someone's boundaries. Which, of course, everyone here, we've talked about that. We've talked about each other's lines and veils, what we do want to see, what we don't want to see. So everyone here has kind of come to the same terms, but that doesn't mean that at any point someone can't just shoot me a message and say, hey, I want to steer away from this topic, or I need you to stop, and I will do so immediately. The other thing is that if you, the viewers, are watching and we cover topics that you might find uncomfortable, please don't be afraid to turn off the stream, to watch something else. Always remember to take care of your own mental health. Just take care of yourselves. And know that, of course, we love you, and we just want to entertain. That's what we're here for. With, I think that's all of our bookkeeping out of the way. We jump into just a little bit of backstory. Switch the music over. Perfect. The 4 of you, all from various walks of life, from different parts of the ship, whether you've seen each other in passing or just met for the first time yesterday, you're all together now. an expeditionary mission. As you've seen dozens, if not up to hundreds of times, they send out small shuttles to explore any anomalies that they catch on the radar. Usually it's nothing but spikes in radiation, sometimes it's asteroid fields, sometimes it's actually been planets. There's really no telling what it is until a crew goes out there to explore it. Now, this is not a safe or easy job, which is why you will typically only see workers. On this ship, however, we do have 2 officers. Whether or not the 2 of you gave any explanation to that, I will leave that up to you. Whether the other 2 of you pressed them for that information, I'll also leave that up to you. But that's where we're going to pick up. As the setting, the dates, the time are more or less irrelevant. Earth is beyond a distant memory. Mankind long since took to space and never looked back. At this very moment, a mere handful of weeks from departing the ship in your little 4-person cruiser, which one of you would be piloting?
I guess I will.
Would you, in this very prestigious position, make the very first roll of the game for me,
Yeah, sure. What do you want?
and make an easy impatience roll?
Oh, you mean the stat that I have the highest amount of points in?
Mhm.
This is gonna go well. Ace, the final frontier. These are the voyages of Starship. If I fail.
You do have willpower, quite a bit of willpower.
It's true. You know what? I'm gonna re-roll one of these dice. Let me mark off a willpower already. I don't need that.
So for 1 willpower, you can reroll up to 3 of the dice,
Oh, wait. Okay, cool. And
because you should all start at the lowest
no,
stress
I
level.
fail because I have 5 and I need to get a 6 to get through this one,
Okay.
and I can't roll above a 4.
So at this moment, with Stefan piloting, the rest of you either getting some much needed rest or doing system maintenance, whatever you were doing, all of your attention is immediately brought to your situation. As almost like turbulence on an airplane, the ship starts to rock. It starts to stutter, which is not usual unless you're ramming your ship through an asteroid field, which there was no alert, there was no alarm, your radars haven't picked up anything. And yet, in that moment, there is this sudden jarring that almost knocks the ship off course, nearly sending you all off your feet to the ground. And I'll hand it over to all of you. What would you like to do?
I'm going to grab my rifle and leave my room and start trying to figure out what is going on, see if there's any signs, any sounds of rock hitting metal or anything of that nature.
Okay.
Gaping holes in the ship, I mean.
I think you're specifically looking for, or you're listening for unusual noises. Right.
Yeah.
Would you make a... Let's go with an ignorance check to determine what
Ignorance.
noises of the ship are supposed to be there and what might be out of place.
All right, what difficulty?
Easy.
Easy. Oh yeah.
It's maybe a little unusually quiet. The ship usually has a hum to it. But other than your fellow passengers, there's nothing. Macy or Livia?
Yeah, I mean, I would probably be walking out of the lab or whatever, just kind of like there was probably like the shattering of glass if anybody was nearby. Probably was carrying some type of test tube and that just went to the floor. Um, so a little bit of a frustrated expression, like she's walking out here and it's just yeah, just generally trying to figure out what happened, what gives here.
Yeah, clearly some kind of piloting error, something, and it was unusual. Whatever just happened. Do you have any sort of robotic companion assistant that helps out in the lab?
So yeah, probably.
Does he have a name?
Sure, it's gonna be Moby.
Which, of course, is an acronym that everybody knows. We don't even need to get into it. But Moby would, of course, attend to the glass and start picking it up from the floor. As you step out of the lab, the doors closing with a hiss behind you. You would see Connor with the non-regulation weapon out and marching off in front of you towards the front of the ship. And are you trying to keep an eye or ear out for anything, or are you just traveling to the front to the cockpit to see what happened?
At this point, probably just traveling to the front.
Okay.
Getting to the source.
And that leaves Olivia.
You would probably just hear over the comms, if I spill my pasta one more time, I'm never cooking you anything ever again.
Would all of you make an ignorance check? Hard ignorance check.
Oh boy. Okay.
So Dido, thank you for the lurk, and good luck with your stream.
Oh wait, that's the thing that I'm best
Oh,
at.
I passed.
Alright.
I'll spend a willpower. Just one.
Okay.
If I fail after this, I'll fail.
Oh my god, yeah, I'm gonna have to spend a willpower too.
Okay.
But
what?
that's okay.
What do?
Oh.
What do who?
So, what is your intelligence number?
My ignorance, you mean?
Ignorance, yeah.
2.
So you're rolling 3 dice, and you want the lowest of those 3 to be above that.
So, does my 2 not count?
No, it has to be above.
Well, my lowest is a 2.
So you can spend 1 of your willpower to reroll up to 3 of your dice.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. 3.
Did anybody not succeed?
I'm not. I got 2 really high ones and a 1.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna have you keep track of it. Will you just make a mark for me? Just one single tally.
I don't like the sound of that.
Who's doing the tallying? I didn't catch.
Connor. The one that fixed
Okay.
it.
Alright. So I have 1 tick for whatever that means.
Most of you do hear that voice come over the intercom, complaining, of course, about spilling your food and threatening to not cook for any of you anymore. Connor, there's a moment that led up to this. It's not necessarily what your haunt is about, but there was something that sent you down this current path, whether it was happy, whether it was sad. You, what would that moment be that brought you to security work, that brought you to be the kind of person you are?
Um, Tying into this situation, growing up on the space station with very low resources from a single income earning family, remembering the nights not being able to eat, not having food. He's just like, can't let that happen again, which has been a driving force for many of the decisions that he has made.
There is a absolutely just stabbing hunger pain that almost feels like it jabs into your stomach with a physical knife for just a few moments, and it's just pure static over your earpiece. Only lasts for a moment or two, and then it fades away.
Oh,
So, Olivia, you're sticking to the mess hall, not heading up to the cockpit.
I mean, if it doesn't get any better, if it's still, making horrible noise, I imagine my class is nearly done anyways.
Okay.
I'll take my food up and go.
Okay. One by one, you would reach the cockpit where Stefan, I don't actually remember how to pronounce it.
Stefan works.
Stefan, where you would find Stefan fighting with absolutely every ounce of strength he has to maintain control of this ship. It is just like a magnet is trying to pull it left and right, trying to jerk the ship down. And Stefan, would you make a wow, I forget the name of the skill check.
We do ignorance again?
Frailty.
Oh god, not a good one. That's a fail.
Sorry, a medium frailty.
Still a fail.
Did you spend a willpower?
I got a 5, 2, and 1. Yeah, actually, you know what? I'll burn one will just to see. Hey, oh wait, no, that's a tie. Nope.
As you hear the doors open behind you, which would you have started calling out on the comms once this malfunction started to happen?
Probably not.
As you hear the doors open behind you, it's just pulling your attention just enough that in that moment it finally does manage to rip the control out of your hand and starts to send the entirety of the vessel into this corkscrew spin.
I'm going to see. No, go ahead.
Oh,
You
no.
go ahead.
Go, absolutely.
Well, seeing that, I'm going to rush and try to grab it while I look over. I'm like, Steven, what the hell are you doing?
First it's Stefan, and
Oh,
two,
yeah,
I was
whatever.
just trying to pilot the thing, and then all of a sudden, it just started glitching, I guess is how to call it. I don't know, just like I lost control of the ship. I feel like I'm gonna puke there with how much we're spinning.
Connor, would you make a frailty check for me? Medium.
Glad. Yep, that is a pass.
Yeah. The controls that have just been absolutely twirling on the spot, you manage to grab onto it. It tries to just tweak it out of your hands, and there's a very faint shooting pain that jabs down into your wrist for a moment. And then you manage to get both hands on it, and that corkscrew spinning comes to a stop. And in fact, the engines behind you and that powering momentum comes to a full stop. everything short of basic light support. Light support? Life support. Blinks for a moment and then goes out.
Well, that can't be good.
Not at all. Hey, what's going on in here?
Uh, it seems our ship has decided to go haywire, and we need to fix that.
It seems our pilot can't pilot.
Okay, this one is not on me. We're supposed to be just going in a straight direction. There isn't supposed to be how do you say turbulence in space. That's not really a thing. I don't know what the hell just happened, but the all of a sudden the controls just went absolutely to shit.
I mean, I wouldn't really put it past this can opener flying through space, but here we are.
You'd think they would
Well,
have gotten us a better ship.
you
Be
would have
out.
thought that. This is
Out.
exactly what I expected. Oh, did not mean to speak over. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was pretty much just saying what you were saying. To be out here, why would they give us a good ship? Because things like this are going to happen. If only we had a pilot that paid more attention.
You know what? Do you want to drive? I'll let you fly it. I have more important things to do, anyways.
I'm sure. Like perhaps fixing the ship now.
Yes, I'll get on it. Just one of you fuckers take the stick, and I'll get up. I'll take the two toys off the console, and as I'm walking out, I just recreate the scene from Firefly.
The old ancient, VOD series
TV
that
show.
still fluctuates around once in a while.
Still has never gotten to season 2, even this far into the future.
No, no. Well, even with just cursory maintenance, with going over the engines, going over basically running through systems diagnostics to the best of your abilities, would show absolutely nothing wrong. The ship should be in perfectly fine working order.
Is there a turn off, turn on button that I can just essentially unplug the drive for a few seconds and
You,
then essentially give the ship a hard reboot?
you do know how to force a manual restart. It is far out of regulations, but it gets the job done most of the time.
I can I check the comms and the computer to just see like if there's any reports within the actual system? Any errors that are showing or
Unfortunately, comms, lights, anything short of oxygen and gravity is out.
she's still trying?
Okay. Stefan.
Gosh, do I wanna do a manual override? This won't go well.
I
This
don't recommend it,
if it's a
considering
clumsy
like
what
we
wait, what
are
check?
living in here.
Oh, I know what game it is, but I also know my character pretty well. What check would this be if I was to do it?
Clumsiness.
Guys, I got a 4 in that stat. What are the odds?
Not good. Not good
Not
with
good.
how rolls and everything have gone so far. And just like the first like little bit of this, please don't. We have to roll
Um,
characters on stream.
I walk over to the little comm panel. I hit it. See it doesn't work. Uh, I, all right. I'm just gonna go back to the to the main deck and inform everyone that the system should be working, but for some reason it's not, and I cannot. Um, I don't want to like essentially deactivate the engine, or else there's great ramifications if we do so.
Like not being able to breathe.
Yeah, I think everyone likes oxygen.
You're right. I do like oxygen. I also like eating and seeing.
What? I'm sure we have
It-
some flashlights not lying around.
It's just a simple restart. Do you not have the skill to do that?
Oh, well, no, I did try restarting it, but the thing is, all the systems are working in technicality speaking. They're just not functioning. But according to the system, it's entirely online. Like we should be having power, lights and everything beyond oxygen. I just for some reason, to restart it, I'd have to physically like unman the entire engine and drive just so we could it'd take a long process, and I don't think you guys have the capacity to hold your breath for that long.
And
Want to see?
so
I did a
we
systems
broke.
reboot, but that didn't work.
So we're just gonna hurl around in the darkness until the computer decides it wants to work again.
Yes.
Expected.
All right. Wait, Olivia, it sounded like you were saying something.
No, it's fine.
Well, if there isn't any immediate action to what is your current situation, you do have backup lights. You have the chem lights that you can just snap, and they'll give you about 12 hours of light. Give you also this neat green neon glow. Uh, Macy, would you have returned to your lab at any point?
Hmm. I mean, probably just to check up on things. Especially like if we did any type of reboot, just making sure like none of like the fridges or the incubators went haywire because of that.
Makes sense. Would you roll your a medium carelessness?
Okay. Oh, character sheet, come back. Medium. All right. See what happens. Ooh, okay, that's a success. All right.
Okay. I am going to send you a quick message.
And then we find their body. The large creature all over its face,
No,
wrapped tightly.
Moby looking sus.
There
Amogus.
There you go.
Okay. Noted.
It's about an hour passes as you all do what you can to make the best of the situation, to return to any little bit of normality you can. And as quickly as all of the systems went offline, the lights flicker back on, the comms fizz and pop for a moment, and then seem functional. Your radar, your scanners, everything seems back.
Do you have any reports of what it just did?
No, as far as any systems diagnostics would show, everything is fine and has been.
Well, there we go. We've done it. I fixed it.
For those of us that are watching the stream, if you can hear the music, let me know if it's too soft. I feel like it might be.
I don't even hear the music.
I don't hear it either. It's not actually playing.
Did I mute the tab? I didn't mute the tab.
Should be. Anyways, I figured that out.
Oh.
With everything back online, all of your systems back to normal. In fact, Olivia, you would also be in a position to notice this. Would you also make a carelessness check? Medium.
Oh, me. That's me.
Mhm.
Olivia, that's my name. Okay. Let's do this.
And the middle dice needs to be higher than whatever your number is in carelessness.
And I can spend a willpower to re-roll a dice, right?
Up to 3 dice.
Okay. Well, because I got a 1, a 5, and a 6. My carelessness is 2, so I'll spend a willpower.
Wait, doesn't that succeed? The middle
Does-
die is
Medium?
Yeah.
Yeah,
a
it would.
5. Yeah.
Oh,
You're good.
I can follow instructions.
Okay. I'm also going to send you a real quick message. There you go. I see that distrusting look.
I have to.
So, what would the 4 of you like to do? You are weeks out from the station, from your home base, the HWS Oblivion.
So the system just decides to come and go. Is what you're telling me.
Yes.
Insight check.
No, just unbelievable.
So,
It's not even my fault.
so it's okay. The random ship malfunctions will only hit things that don't keep us alive. Is that what I'm hearing? Everything's fine.
I'd like to think so, yes.
Sure. I think you would all know that the 2 systems that have been online run off of the emergency generator. They're the 2 things that, if the entire ship were to short out, the emergency generators would kick on and they'd at least keep you alive for, as long as they could.
Can't say it like this. I mean, we're weeks out from base, but I don't know. Are we like? What is our final destination? Is our destination to like a mission point, or is it to get back to the station?
By now, you have spent probably the last 2 months not only getting there, but spending a couple weeks at the site, which turned out to be really nothing. It was a small asteroid field full of minerals that their collective presence probably triggered some kind of scanner back aboard the Oblivion, and yeah, a lot of staring at rocks. But you are indeed on your way back.
Sooner we get back to the Oblivion, the better.
Perhaps they might actually upgrade us next time.
Sure, they will.
I'd love a bigger ship. This one's so cramped and tiny.
I don't care for bigger, just, better.
And bigger.
That actually begs the question. Have either of you really explained your situation? Why you're here? Why you were assigned this duty?
I mean,
Nope.
if anyone would have asked her, she would have told them.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, I don't think Macy's the type to ask. Like, I think she just keeps to her own. So, like, I don't think she would have asked either of them, or really
Your, s-
pressed at all.
your story is yours, not mine.
Good to know.
I just know that I'm in charge, so if I order one of them to do something, they have to do it.
Yes, well, considering that you can't pilot a ship, I'm sure that you're in charge of a whole lot.
I can turn off the engine, you know. I can just make all of these systems go down.
Oh, congratulations. Kill us all. Anyways,
That'd be fun.
does anyone remember me eating my pasta?
Wait, did you lose a whole bowl of pasta?
That's not what I said now, is it?
I think I remember you yelling about dropping it or spilling it, but I don't remember you eating it.
Something, I'll never cook for you again. And then I was really turned out.
Connor's going to step away from wherever he's seated at. Be like, I'm gonna get out of here for a bit. And he's created almost a ritual since he knows that there's really no dangers on the ship of just doing patrols for the sake of. I'm gonna go into cargo and kind of just walk around down there for a while.
Is prison exercise time?
Not suspicious at all, as Olivia talks about missing pasta and Connor just up and leaves.
He just walks away.
But Olivia, was that it? Did you anything
And
else?
she just kind of like looks at everyone and is just like, well then. And then just watches him go. Okay,
Yeah.
that was an answer, I suppose.
Down in the cargo bay, it's a lot of empty containers, a lot of airtight canisters for whatever you might find while you're out there, samples you could take, anything that you could bring back to the Oblivion that would give them a better picture of what exactly is out there. Imagine that you probably filled a few of them with the various minerals, rocks, and gases that you encountered. But nothing really looks out of place. Empty, quiet. There's that very faint hum from the engines.
Just going to walk around for a while, clear my head of almost dying.
Understood. Where you had felt that stabbing pain, that intense hunger earlier, we've probably checked. There is no stab wound there. There's no scar. There's no mark or anything. But there is just the faintest, like phantom pain sometimes whenever you think about it. For the rest of you, life more or less returns to normal. Still have a few weeks of traveling, not on the fastest vessel, and you've all kind of learned where you can go to get away from each other, where individual personal spaces are. Otherwise, you would have long since killed each other. I will jump over to Stefan. Do you do the entirety of the piloting? Or is there at any point where you would switch off with anyone?
I think I would probably switch it up with Connor or anyone who's really willing to take over, because I still have to do normal systems maintenance.
Full ships are something new to me, but machines I understand, so especially those that don't think for themselves. So
Well, the AI
working at
should be
Moby,
able to carry up most of it.
but yeah, I'll gladly make sure we stay on trajectory while Stefan sleeps.
Okay. While you are at the helm, Connor, yeah, I imagine you've probably driven this ship before, probably a few times on your way out to the mission site. Even as you're staring off into space, knowing that you are headed home, where it should be a feeling of elation, of joy to get off of this very cramped ship, to get hopefully assigned to some better duty this time. There's just this hole in the pit of your stomach. Shouldn't be. You should feel happy that you're headed home, but yep, there it is. Stefan, uh, as you've been heading back, especially since the event happened, whether or not you've mentioned it to anyone, you would feel this hole in the pit of your stomach too. This inexplainable dread for a place that you should feel excited to be going back to.
Yeah, I don't think I've told anyone.
Connor, mentioning this to anyone?
No, I think that until I have a reason to say anything, I'll keep that to myself.
Okay.
I think Stefan feels that if he told anyone, he loses some of his social status, and he needs to keep that up as much as possible.
We did hit the hour mark, so would you please all draw a card?
Forgot about this mechanic.
Another one.
Neutral.
Hey, I got a virtue. Let's
Neutral.
go.
Neutral.
Oh no.
3 more will points to me.
I think that puts us at 5 haunt cards.
No. Yeah, this is how this game is gonna go. Uh-oh.
Macy, what is your biggest fear at this moment?
Um, honestly, like, with the malfunctions that just happened before, it happening again and being worse, and actually getting stuck out here in a little shuttle and not getting back to the Oblivion where it's at least a little better.
Yeah, that fatal malfunction that would send you all just into the void of space. Lack of oxygen, lack of heat. Death would be pretty instantaneous. For the next couple evenings, each of you would have various alterations to this dream. whether it's specifically the systems malfunctioning or an engine exploding and ejecting you all violently into space, or simply the doors locking down, the oxygen cutting out, and slowly suffocating to death. All of you would experience this again and again, again. Would all of you roll your cowardice for me?
Boy.
What level of
That's-
difficulty?
Medium.
Okay.
As we have 2 new followers, that
Ooh.
magic juice, which we desperately need here,
Yo.
and
Hi,
the
Magic.
Nation of
Hi,
Joe.
Joe.
Love
They're
ya.
homies. Hi, guys.
So
You
I
said
crit. I
medium.
got 3 6s.
Tell you what,
Yes.
I'm gonna spend a willpower real fast.
I succeeded.
Just real fast. We're gonna try this again.
Okay. I think
Nope, that's a fail.
Oh
All
no!
right, here we go. Here we go.
I think I succeeded. My cowardice is 5, and I got a 6, a 6, and a 4.
Yep, that's a success.
Tiny dice for the.
Stefan, you can add 3 willpower for critting. You're forgetting where the camera is. And Macy, you're the only one that failed. But then you can bump your stress up by 1 level.
Cool, cool, cool.
There's just that unshakable feeling like something's wrong, something's gonna happen. You just know it. But it doesn't. Or it's just waiting to happen when you're not expecting it.
Despite the dream. Oh.
Go ahead.
So despite the dream, every morning, Olivia will try and have, coffee, whatever fake orange juice is available out here, and, whatever passes for breakfast ready for everyone. Until probably, like, the dream happens on the 4th or 5th time, and then there's just, like, an empty bowl, like, an empty cup. She's just like, it's there. I'm getting there.
I imagine it's a lot of Tang.
I was
Oh my
thinking the
God.
same thing. It was and I couldn't think of the brand. I was like, I know exactly what you're talking about, though.
Yep.
On the morning that Connor comes in and there is no breakfast, he's going to change his routine a little bit and patrol in the engineering section. Because having
Great,
these
you get-
dreams for so long, he's going to see if he can find the ticking time bomb down there.
Wait, that means you have to deal with me. I'm in the engineering room. That place is a mess.
Most engineering bays, and of course I use the term bay very generously, it's more like an engineering closet. You would expect it to be organized, tidy, things tend to be labeled, color coded. Not so much.
Yeah, I've worked in robotics before. What should be all neat and tidy, you just see there's like a crate of just different types of wrenches just scattered all across the floor, as well as just like loose nails and screws, as well as like a few nuts and bolts. And just occasionally you see Stefan like walk over, scramble the pile a little bit, find what he needs, and walks back to whatever he was like working on.
Is this the first time you've been without your maid?
I Well, first, no. I've been without a maid for a while. And 2, this is how I work. I know where everything is in this room.
This way, we got to keep you alive in order to figure out all the things we need to keep us alive is at.
Well, um, okay. I don't know how to respond to that.
You could just say yes. We already know it's
And yes.
true.
Sure. Can I help you with anything? What are you doing down here? This isn't normally your section that you work on, I guess.
This week hasn't been exactly normal, has it?
I feel fine. But besides the systems going out for a little bit, but besides that, it's been pretty fine.
I'll see that
Why?
moment of something in here finally shitting the bed on us and sending us out into the vacuum of space has been replaying in my mind a lot. I
That's
don't want to be
fair.
shit out into the vacuum of space, you understand?
What makes you think that I want to as well?
And I just look around at all the random piles of stuff. Don't say anything, just clearly move my head from one thing to the other that is just safety violation after safety violation.
Look, OSHA's not here, so we don't have to really worry about it.
I wasn't expecting a spare wrench to fall into the drivetrain to be what caused the
What? No,
problem.
that won't happen.
And
It's all organized. It's fine.
I reach up into like the most random corner where I see a wrench and hold it up and go, "Really?" And hand him the wrench.
I was looking for this. I
All right.
mean, I feel like how do I say? I think we're gonna be fine. All right, there's nothing we really need to worry about. Everything is gonna be great. We'll get to we'll get to the station and we can all go our ways and whatever.
Well, thank you. I was really scared when I came down here, but because you told me that,
Oh, you're
everything's
so
going to be
welcome.
okay. And I'll turn and walk away at that.
Look at me, a force for change, a positive role model. I wonder if you'll ever get a shower though. You fucking freaks.
Olivia, in
Yeah.
your kitchen, you would hear the doors open, that gentle hiss, and then close. Though peeking out over the counter, there's no one there.
I love that for me. Just like look around and like actually like call out. Hello? What? I'll like go to the doors and like look out, see like who, see if someone tried to pull the like, I'm gonna enter the doors. Wait, no, I'm not.
The moment you step out from behind the counter and start heading towards the door, you would see the culprits. They're standing not 4 inches, off the ground. The little cleaning robot that usually spends his time in the lab, Moby.
Oh, God, Moby, what? Why are you here? Just over the comms. Have you? Did you lose something,
What?
Doctor? Did you lose something? Your thing. Your thing is. Jesus.
Is Moby in the lab? Or is he gone? Okay. Got out again. Hold on. I'll walk over to retrieve my robot.
Moby's just kind of been doing circles around the center of the mess hall, of course, which is also a very generous term. It's a room big enough for about 6 people to sit down and have room to comfortably eat together. But he's just kind
Oh
of been
God.
doing circles around the
Excuse me?
table, around the chairs. Doesn't really seem to even really understand where he's going, as he keeps running into like a leg of a chair and then will alternate to the pattern and then keep spinning circles. Macy, this is not normal.
Not normal at all. Hey, Moby, like I'm just gonna say like all of like the code words basically of like or like things I know that would either like reboot him or stop him or like that kind of thing. They're anything.
Called by the first, middle, and last name.
Yeah.
He would stop, turn towards you, and just sit there in standby mode.
What are you doing here?
There would be a series of beeps and whistles, not unlike a certain robot from a popular series, which we totally don't have the rights to. But the general message it would be conveying, or the program that would be conveying to you, would just be cleaning.
Hmm.
It's he doesn't normally come in here, does he?
No.
Not at all. That's really weird. I don't know why he did that, but I guess I'll sorry about that. I'll keep an eye on him.
I swear I didn't kick him or anything. Like he scared the living crap out of me, to be quite honest. Do you need something? Do you want something to drink or eat? I mean,
You know, some water would actually be great.
water. Do you want water with a little fire kick to it?
You know, it's been one of those weeks. Honestly, let's go for it.
And she's like already like pulling out just like a little flask from like underneath, like pouring 2 drinks. Like, God, at this point, I almost want to pour one for Moby. She'll sit at the table and slide one over. That's right, water with a fire kick. I know it's not the best, but it's better than the worst.
Yeah, I mean you're right. It's definitely better than nothing. Um, yeah, that I can't really get over that. Also, Moby, command word again. Um, did you replace my test tubes in the lab?
You would get the series of low hums that would indicate the answer to your query is negative.
Hmm.
Replace your test tubes?
Yeah, no, something. I don't know. I don't know if you've noticed. I mean, you asked earlier about the pasta that you spilled. But yeah, no. Before things all went haywire, I dropped a test tube and it shattered because they're surprisingly not built for impact to hard surfaces. If you were ever wondering that. Um, and yeah, I came back to check on the incubators, the refrigerators, and everything, and it was replaced. And I just thought Moby maybe did it, but maybe not.
Was the glass gone too?
Sorry, could you repeat?
Was the glass gone too? Like it was clean?
Yeah, no, it looked like it never happened.
Yeah. Yeah, no, she walks over and like opens one of the like cabinets and motions at the like pasta, which is like just down to like maybe a portion and a half of just uncooked pasta. I had already cooked that. I ate that.
Right, that's really strange.
And then she just like closes the. Wait, is it there, Hooper? Is it there?
Yeah.
Okay.
So paranoid.
Oh yeah.
It's real.
It's almost like this is a horror game.
I had that thought that she's like gesturing at the cabinet,
And it's
and
just
then it's just
empty.
empty. Like, and she'll just like close the cabinet. I didn't. Obviously, you can see why I wouldn't want to say anything, but since you've experienced something similar with your lab, do you think that's maybe why Moby is acting so loopy?
I mean, maybe. Again, never seen this happen. Never had an issue with him, honestly. He's like probably the best piece of technology here. Weird.
Is there? There's got to be an explanation, right? Some
I think
science.
yeah, like I don't really know that much about the robotic side of things. That might be something to ask one of the others, but there's definitely something strange happening here, and probably get to the bottom of it sooner rather than later. It's going to cause a shuttle malfunction again. I'm not getting stuck out here.
Uh, do we? Are there even escape pods on this machine?
Oh.
This basically is the escape
You
pod.
are an escape pod.
Yeah.
Please. At least hopefully the next ship I'm just going to demand that it has escape pods. Otherwise I'm not getting on it. Ugh.
There.
Do you think that we should say anything to the others?
I mean, if we want any sort of expertise on what's happening to Moby, I probably. Maybe not everything, because I'm not sure how relevant the whole like reappearing pasta or test tubes really are. But I mean, Moby having an issue is definitely something to bring up.
At,
Maybe if we could all.
at
But
this point, being maybe only a day or two out from the Oblivion, would each of you just roll 3d6 and just tell me what your lowest result is? A 1? A 1?
You wanna know what my highest one is?
Eh.
Did you roll 3 ones?
Yep.
That's impressive.
Wow.
Man, crit fail.
Three.
A 1, a 1, a
Same.
3, and a 3. Okay.
Split in half again.
Doing so good.
You can all add a little tally. I'll jump over to Stefan with all of your systems back online, your navigation's back, everything working the way it should. You would, of course, know that you are a day, maybe a little longer, from the intercept course with the Oblivion, as this is a massive, spaceship. Before all else, it is constantly moving. Any special preparations you would like to do to get ready for re-entry, for docking?
No, I feel like the ship is in pretty good order to at least dock. I'm gonna inspect the docking bay, just make sure, just give it a once over, and then put on my formal noble's clothes, just, because I want to look good when we arrive.
So, with that, would anybody be piloting? Are you just setting it to autopilot?
I'd probably set it to autopilot, but if anyone wants to, how do I say this? Take it over, then by all means.
I feel like that's
Then
autopilot.
the
Then.
AI will
No.
AI will fly.
As you're moving between your quarters and the cargo bay, making sure that everything is ready, making sure that you look, of course, as presentable as possible. You'd all feel the AI just very slightly adjust course, staying generally a straight line, but kind of like shifting at a downward angle, and then coming back up to resume course, and then shifting off to the right a little, and then coming back, as if it was intentionally trying to avoid objects.
Can I check the computer, check the comms, and see what's going on?
Comms, what of nothing? No emergency messages going out, no hailing, but your radar would show you that there are multiple objects in between your course and reaching the Oblivion. And the AI is just very gently avoiding them.
I'm assuming that's not normal, really, right? Like,
It could be rocks, could be any sort of debris, it could ice you would encounter a lot.
So does this ship have any type of like an observation area, or would that just be the cockpit?
The cockpit.
Okay. So I'm going to go there to kind of see with my eyes instead of with machines.
You'd be waiting for a few moments for another one of these objects to get within range of the ship to automatically start to avoid. You'd see a dulled white of fabric, the edge of a boot, the edge of a glove, a fully intact spacesuit.
Hey, everyone, you may want to come take a look at this.
Shuffle on over.
yeah.
Stefan and your finery.
Oh yeah, one's got to look good all the time.
Immediately you would all see as the ship kind of slows down a bit, not quite cutting the forward momentum, but slowing enough that by the time you all reach the cockpit, you would see a person in a full suit just floating there.
Is there any signs of life? Like, can we do like a scan on them and just to see if they're alive or not?
The helmet has long since spider-webbed and frozen over. There'd be nothing there.
But, I mean, we could just leave them floating there. I mean, they're probably dead already.
I agree with you 100%, but where did they come from?
It's the
That's
Does it look like there's like looking past them? Does it look like there's like a trail of these many people, or like wreckage of a ship? Perhaps. I have a working theory that the Odyssey got.
There's nothing nearly as big as wreckage or even parts of a ship, but there are dozens of other figures, and as you get close enough to actually see what they are, it's more bodies. Some only halfway covered in spacesuits, some ejected fully clothed, or floating fully clothed.
The ones in the spacesuits, do they have any type of regalia on them that would say where they were from that we could possibly like zoom in on with the camera system?
Yeah, they're
I'd like to do
from
that.
the Oblivion.
So once I zoom in on that, I'm just going to leave it there for everyone and not say anything. It's just on the screen.
What the hell?
What does this mean?
We were to use the radar and zoom out. Do we hit on the Oblivion? Like, do we see the Oblivion?
You wouldn't see it from here, but your course is basically, if the Oblivion is heading in a straight line, you're coming at it at an angle in an intercept course. So you're behind it, not too far, but you still have about a day before you'd fully hit that interception point.
So kind of a tech question here. Do we have an ability to phone home, or is
Yeah.
that okay? Steven, you might want to call and see
Yeah.
what happened.
I'm gonna walk over to the calling station and try hailing them.
It would take a few moments. There'd be a lot of static, a lot of interference, and eventually from the other end, you'd hear, "Hello? Hello? Someone there?"
Hello. Yeah. We are on an intercept course with your ship. What's going on?
I'm sorry. You're just static. Look, if you can, we could show you some help. There's, I don't know what it is. Something that's driving people crazy. A lot of us we're locked in the forward half of the ship. Hello?
Hello. We're on our way.
You'd hear a second voice, more muffled and quiet. Just at first, it's a little too muffled to even hear their side of the conversation, but it sounds like they're walking closer. You'd start to catch. Hey, I told you to cut that out. There's no one out. There's no one coming. No, I heard someone. I swear, someone just tried to. Hello? Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hello?
Yes, a person.
No, I swear, I heard someone. I'm serious. Cut the radio off. And the line would go dead.
God damn it. Alright. We gotta get onto that ship and fast.
Well,
Can you speed up the trajectory of
Yep.
word, how they work?
Yes,
Intercepting
I
it?
can.
hold on. Let's take a moment. If something is driving them mad on this ship, what makes you think that we're going to be able to do anything?
Well, we can at least pick them up and, offer a
Cut
little
them.
help.
Pick
Or
up.
cut them down if they're too dangerous. Save the
Yeah.
ones that are still sane.
Have you
That works for me.
seen the size of our ship? We have roughly, maybe an extra month worth of food. I mean, I'm all about calling for help and getting additional help from someone. But I mean, how much how do you think we are actually going to be when we couldn't even fix this ship?
Well, either way,
As-
we're gonna go ahead. Go ahead, Stephen. I'll let you talk first. Isn't that how it works?
One, Stefan. Two, the thing is, though, let's be realistic. There's no one around here for parsecs. And that is the correct usage of parsec, by the way. If we have a chance to kind of help these people, then we should. I mean,
Help them. Oh,
we can get them at least off of there and onto our ship.
how big exactly? Like,
Plus, what are the chances that there's a bigger ship on that station? We could just steal that.
And fuel and food.
That too.
except that we don't know what's making them crazy. And she'll like gesture to. I'm assuming the doctor is up here. Yes.
Yeah, at this point, like, yeah, she's definitely there.
Is she,
Definitely,
like-
kind of, like, wheeled Moby in at this point, like, probably, like, drifts off to, like, be off course again, just, like...
What the hell is wrong with your bot?
That's a fantastic question, and I don't know, and I was hoping one of you techie people would be able to figure that out. I know incubators and all of the machinery I use for testing, but not,
Yeah,
not really
I
sentient,
get it.
but,
So, Doc, hypothetically, say something is making everyone on the Oblivion go crazy. How much help do you think we are actually going to be?
yeah.
How many rounds does my futuristic rifle hold? This is probably a mechanic and a commentary question at once.
I'd say you have 6 shots before you'd have to reload.
I can take care of a half dozen of their problems.
So you want to risk our well-being to shoot 6 people?
If we don't dock with the station, we'll run out of food and fuel. Helping them also helps us.
And need I remind you, Doctor, you swore a Hippocratic oath to help people. You not helping
Wrong
them
kind of
would-
doctor. I'm the PhD kind, not the MD.
That's the same thing, isn't it? You signed the Hippocratic
Oh.
Oath of Engineering?
No, I'm a microbiologist.
Hippocratic Oath of Engineering.
I solemnly
that
swear
kind
to
of
harm no
doctor,
machine.
But I mean, yeah, we're gonna get stuck in this tin can if we continue on. Though I don't know how much better our odds are gonna be on the big ship either. If that points in the direction of the bodies is going on. Do we know, like, roughly, like, how many people were on there?
Thousands.
Oh, okay, great. So 12 is not a high percentage.
No.
Okay.
No, you're thinking like Death Star sized ship.
Okay. Good to know.
Thousands is even probably low. Hundreds of thousands?
So, how much time do we... let's think about this rationally. If we continue on our own in the ship, we have a few weeks maybe before we personally run out of supplies and have to start eating each other. I don't think we want to get to that point. And since there's no one around for quite some distance, even if, let's say, I could put the engine into full drive and we don't burn through all of the fuel that we do have, which is very low, hence why we're meeting them, what is your plan then if we, let's say, get stranded ourselves? We're gonna eventually run out of supplies.
Listen, docking for our own reasons is much different than a docking with the intention to save the fucking day.
Can't we do both?
No.
I feel like we can do both.
All right, Olivia, I'll make you a deal. If they will bring fuel and food to our ship, load it in there for us, and let us fly off while they deal with whatever this disaster is on their own, we can do it. But I don't think that's going to happen. So either
Plus,
way,
think about that sweet, sweet promotion you'll get when you help all these people. And think about the sweet, sweet promotion I'd get. Okay,
She's
now we're
just-
definitely doing it.
She's
Well, I
like
have-
staring daggers at him, like,
Yeah.
fuck your promotion.
well, I have to get ready for what's ahead. Olivia, you still got some of that fire water?
Yeah. Let's to the kitchen.
I'll be there shortly. Give me about 30 minutes.
Hey, Doc, do you want me to take a look at that bot of yours to see what's going on with it?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Great, to the engineering room.
And Connor's going to maintain his rifle and then head to go get sloshed.
Oh god.
Who do I feel has rolled? Olivia, would you
Yeah.
roll a durability check for the ship?
Oh.
Which is just 3d6, and the medium dice needs to be a 4, a 5, or sorry, the medium dice. Hold on, now I'm confusing myself.
Well, it's a 2, a 2, and a 3.
Oh, I don't think that's gonna do.
Oh,
Well, it was nice having the ship.
Uh-oh.
check.
This session has already been anxiety of the game.
Okay. There's, of course, the natural wear and tear of using things in space. Not really the ability to maintain or fix some vast majority of this vessel without donning your airtight suits, without having something stable to dock onto, without having cranes and tools. You are basically left to the minimal repair that you're capable of doing. You do still have about half a day's worth of travel left, as Stefan and Macy, the two of you, look into what might be causing Moby's peculiar behavior. As Connor and Olivia, the two of you, return to the dining hall, where you are free to consume as much or as little of the spicy water as you would like.
I'm also pulling out, like, some of my special food reserves and cooking us up a nicer than normal meal.
Stefan, would you... No, you have skills in robotics, right?
I do.
So what's your ignorance?
That is a 1.
Okay. So with your skill, there's no need to roll anything, as you'll pretty quickly and easily be able to remove the little bit of armor plating that is on Moby, just a protective casing. Some of the wiring and circuits look a little fried, a little worn over time, which isn't uncommon. Of course, you thought that Moby was a much newer model than that, and shouldn't be having this deterioration of wiring, but maybe they just slapped some new paint on an older model.
Yeah, I should have spare parts lying around and be able to repair them within the hour.
So that's good to hear.
Trivial task.
Oh yeah, I could do
Nothing
this in my
else
sleep.
wrong? That's it?
Yeah,
Hmm.
just
No, it just
deteriorating
looks like you
wiring.
got some faulty wiring. Why? What do you think? What are you thinking?
I mean, isn't it just odd that something so drastic would happen from just one or two wire frays?
Have you seen what happens when you get errors in code?
Can't say I have.
Great. So when something like if you put the explanation point or the semicolon at the wrong place of the code, the entire thing will just shut down, and then you have 1,000 lines of code that you need to go through, and you find out you want error, and then suddenly it works. Same thing with wiring. If there's a reason why wires connect to certain places, so when one or two of them goes fried, the whole bod goes up. It's one of the unfortunate things about robotics is that even if one small thing is off, the entire thing doesn't work. Why,
Hmm.
did you actively tamper with the machine?
Not at all. I mean, I thought he was working totally fine, like just earlier this morning. Like, and then all of a sudden, just kind of everything went, which is just
Maybe
odd. There's
it,
no gradual decline, even though
so my
it's robotic
thoughts.
materials.
Yeah. So what could have happened is an electrical surge, like its battery had a flare in it, right, for whatever reason, and that caused it to essentially short circuit itself and fry up the wires, which is no problem because I can just slap new ones on there. But uh, this is probably an older model, I guess. Wherever you got this one from is clearly sold it to you for a higher value than it actually is.
Luckily, it wasn't my money on it. It's big old supervisor money at this point.
Oh, even better.
Yeah, I was like, I'm just a little spooked out, just a little spooked out because of what happened with just the entire ship freaking out, and now he's freaking out. It's just
Yeah. I
weird.
mean,
Now we're about to go on a large ship where more technology could be freaking out.
let's put it like this. This isn't my first ship that I've served on, and I've seen a lot more worse things come from technology. Trust me. What's probably ever on that ship is more associated with like mass hysteria than uh, you know, technology really going that crazy. I mean, think about it. It's like 12 people out of a couple 100,000. Like, that's like less than 0.5% of the population right there. Now, the fact that the comms are down over there, it's slightly worrying. Don't get me wrong. Just, you have maybe it was a coup of revolt, maybe, of the ship. That's the unfortunate thing when you have that many people on there is that it's real easy to flip it like that.
No, I mean, hopefully nothing is too deadly. I guess. I mean, a coup is sounds like a lot too. Maybe just not as buttons and wires, but more people.
Well, people are like buttons and wires, but the only difference is your brain is essentially like a bunch of wires that's all connected to one bit of hard. It's basically the human body is like one giant machine, uh, but a lot more annoyingly complex.
Hmm.
Right. Let me fix this. And I go, I search through 3 or 4 piles, like kind of throw like some screwdrivers over my head. I eventually find the wiring and, go through a few more piles to find the pliers and
Yeah,
do up the new.
we'll jump over to Livia, Connor. Anything the two of you would like to do? Or are you simply chatting, drinking, and cooking?
I'll take a double on that if you don't mind.
Just like slide over the bottle.
Perfect.
Right? If we're resupplying, then there's no reason to get stingy. Gotta share, make sure that there's enough to go around.
Just one more reason this is a good idea.
You'd really be okay with just going in there, and she just kind of like makes a hand gesture, just like
A gun gesture?
taking care of them.
If it's as bad as it sounds and what I saw out there, then yes. It's the unfortunate reality of the world. The only cure for violence is more of it.
And so your priority then is our safety or their clearance?
Definitely our safety, followed by those that can still help us.
Fair enough. Just okay.
I'm not going because I want to shoot people. I'm going because there's people who need to be shot, and that's what I do. I know it doesn't seem like there's much of a difference, but there is.
It's just
What a leap! I'm willing to kill any man, woman, child to get what I want.
you just drink your drink. Food will be ready in just a few.
What are you fixing?
Well, not pasta. I I'd kind of been saving it for when we found something good, you know, but it's the closest thing that I could get to well, that's a music issue. To steak equivalent. So they say. I guess we'll see how good my cook job is.
You'll be fine. Now sit back and put feet up on a chair. Since there's 4 people and 6 chairs, not gonna let this one go to waste.
Fair?
There's actually 5 if you include the bot.
Well, the 4 of you busy yourselves not quite the remainder of the evening, but for at least the next couple hours. Having Moby repaired, having food and drink in your stomachs. You would eventually get the alert that the Oblivion is coming into view. Would you all like to proceed to the cockpit? You certainly don't have to.
Do we have like a gas mask or anything like that?
You have
Anywhere.
airtight suits, helmets.
Yeah, okay.
Well, as you two all... No, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I will go to the cockpit, but when we get close, I will go to wherever the exiting section of the ship is to be the first off. With them behind me.
Your AI would automatically send out the docking codes, which the docking trajectory would immediately be sent back. Your onboard computer would start to calculate and then adjust course to aim for a very slowly opening docking bay. you'd all see the exterior of the Oblivion. A massive, almost a small planet-sized ship, meant to be a habitation vessel for a massive population of people. This is a vessel that's been through nearly everything that space could throw at it. But as it comes into view, you see massive scorch marks along the side of the ship. You see parts, like various bays throughout this vessel have been opened. And you see signs of forced decompression, of debris, of bodies, of just small chunks of the ship just floating freely in space. And the very faint blinking strobe lights that indicate where you're going to be docking. The only visible light source. Your AI slowly approaches. We're going to take a break right there. Oh, before we do, we are at the top of the hour. If you would like to draw your next card.
Oh,
Oh no. Okay.
Ah,
All
that
right.
is a
Cool.
That's
that
a
is a
haunt.
hunt.
That's a neutral for me.
Neutral.
I think that's 7 haunts. We're just
Probably. I got 2.
I also have 2.
I have one queen.
yep, 7. We're booking it tonight.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna grab some drinks, stretch our legs, do what we gotta do, and we'll be right back.
All right.
Yay.
And welcome back. Let's throw on that very relaxing, just gentle music as your small escape pod basically slides into dock. You've passed by so much debris, so many suits, all of them probably filled with bodies. That eventual thud of the magnetic clamps landing on the top and bottom of your ship, and then the arms retracting, bringing it locked firmly into place. And you hear that tone ring out from your own cargo bay, letting you know that it is safe to open the doors.
Is it though?
Exactly. Or is it?
Computer seems to think so.
Good enough for us, I guess.
All right. Stay behind me. We're going to look for the first safe spot where we can sit down and take measure of what's going on the ship. It's a simple plan, but it'll work.
I mean, we're all going in with our suits on, right? Like, so we don't inhale whatever they've been inhaling or touching.
It interferes with with my aim.
Oh,
I've
that
got a
roll.
suit on, but
I'm already suited up, and I just like fashion up the buttons one more time to make sure everything's in proper rank.
Hell no, she's going in full suit.
Okay.
Connor's wearing the suit, but he has the helmet on the back. It's not attached yet.
Yeah, just out of like, I mean, comfortability of like being in hazmat suits and stuff before, I feel like AC would probably be suited up anyway.
But if all of you are doing it, I might as well get in mine as well.
I guess we're waiting for him to get dressed, then, aren't we?
Once you're
I want
all
to do one of those half mask style where like the helmet just comes down to like my nose but doesn't cover my like nose or mouth.
Yeah,
This is
tracks.
how people you know, that's how we do
Yes.
it.
well, when you are all ready, the doors to the cargo bay lie in front of you. You are one button press away from opening yourself up to whatever might be awaiting you.
3, 2, 1. Push the button.
Wait, do we really have to?
There's the audible grinding of metal as the latches unlock, and the massive bay door swings out, eventually forming a ramp from your ship to the floor of the bay. There's no sound, no movement, no indication that there's even anyone else here.
It's quiet. I don't like it. And I will make. What kind of like doors are there to the docking area?
You have the main bay doors, which open up to the rest of the ship, basically. And you, of course, have catwalks and stairwells that will lead up to rooms kind of on the upper echelon of the bay. They tend to be control panel rooms to whatever the bay manager is for the day. They'll tend to work up there so they can keep an eye on things.
That seems like actually a good option for the base of operations, so I will head in that direction.
As you get maybe 150 or so feet into the room, approaching the center of the massive bay, there would be a sharp crack and a loud series of pops and static fizz over the main intercoms. Which, at first, the voice would just come in as this gargled mess, but would gradually clear up to. And sorry, that. Hello? Can you hear us? Wave, please, if you can hear us. Oh, thank God. Look, if you find anyone else out there, I just run. I don't know what happened. I don't know. None of us know what's going on. People just started losing their minds. Look, we're locked up in engineering. We've got a couple hundred people here with us. Enough supplies to last for a bit. If you can make it to us. There's a few moments of just dead radio silence. And then you hear that fizzing and popping come back online. Sorry, someone walked in the room. Look, if you take the elevators down to engineering, if I can spot you in any of the cameras, I'll radio in, try and guide you at least away from whatever the hell those people are now.
So you will make it to engineering? Take plan B? Kind of just fell into her laps. I look at Stefan and go,
I'm gonna walk to the elevators and do a check on them, make sure that they're fully operational, and if they're not, see what's wrong with them. I'm assuming gravity is on in the ship, right?
It is. Yeah.
Okay.
as he does this, I will be uncomfortably close to him for when the doors open.
Okay.
Do you mind? A little space would be nice.
Do you want to? I hold the rifle out. Do you want to take care of what's on the elevator?
Say that. And I'm gonna I'm assuming the button doesn't like call for it.
It does not.
Cool. So I'm gonna bust open the paneling and see if it's like an internal electrical thing or if the elevator's just at a dead stop, like somebody's hit the emergency brakes on it kind of way.
Yeah, it's a fairly easy bypass, but it does look like some internal system told the elevators to shut down.
All right. Make sure you have that gun loaded. I'm gonna do something, and I'm gonna see if I can override that command.
Yeah, easy. It just looks like an automated response, not necessarily a command that anyone physically forced onto the system. And it's just a few moments before you hear that rumbling of the elevator making its way up towards the cargo bay.
I pull out a hammer and start backing up.
With a satisfying soft ding, letting you know that the elevator has arrived to your floor. The doors would open for you, Stefan. Or sorry, the doors open for all of you. But Stefan,
Oh, I thought it was just me. I was like, oh, I'm special.
as soon as they do, the interior of a usually off-white, grayish lift, very plain, typically adorned with a poster or occasionally graffiti if people are feeling especially like anarchists. The most of the interior of that room is painted crimson, with a pair of bodies absolutely tore to pieces. Their insides spread across the walls, across the floor, just lying there in a now very dry pool.
Does everybody see this or just me?
The rest of you see the elevator doors open. Nothing there. Stefan, would you draw a card for me?
It's a haunt. I got a 2 of my haunt. That has made it, in order, it goes, for my cards, neutral, virtue, haunt, virtue, haunt, now another haunt. So I'm clearly never hitting neutral again. It's only going to be this for the next 4 sessions.
It only gets worse from here.
Oh yeah, this is going to be great.
We're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine.
Yeah, I've never played this game before. I know that this goes so well when you either entice your haunt or hit your thing. Yeah.
But Stefan, it is
Straight up throw up. Just right there.
What the hell?
Fun.
Hmm.
You okay?
Sorry, that's very disgusting. Ugh.
I guess it's a good thing he had his mask off. Ugh.
Another solid point.
Ugh.
I've never seen claustrophobia that severe before. Get in the elevator.
I think we should take the stairs. So we'd have to just stand over the corpses. That'd be nice.
What?
Corpses.
The two that's there, and the fact that the entire elevator is red.
Point and look towards the elevator. Empty.
You know what? I'm gonna walk over to like try to find like a directory and see if there's like a flight of stairs I could take instead.
Oh yeah.
I say we go through this.
Couple dozen flights of stairs.
The whole point is to avoid people.
There are 2 whole bodies in that elevator. I'm sorry. Maybe for you guys, this is normal. But for me, this is very, very weird. And
No,
like
this is
we would be the same way if we saw them, but I
what do you
don't
mean?
think we're seeing what you're seeing. This
This-
looks like an elevator at us.
Well, yes, it is an elevator, but there's bodies in the elevator. Wait, you can't see the bodies.
It's an empty elevator.
In fact, Stefan, you no longer see bodies or gore or blood. It's just an empty elevator.
No, maybe I haven't gotten enough sleep. I'm right. Let's just go.
No, Steve's already started. This is why you should have had your mask on.
maybe
Look,
one
it
of
is
your
my
witches hit you in the head.
freedom to do what I wish, okay? And if you tell me,
We just kick Stefan out of the ship. Yeah.
Then why is it not affecting
Fine.
me though?
I don't know.
This is on him. It has nothing to do with the environment. Anyway, time's wasted.
Are we just here for supplies? If there's 100 survivors, what are we going to do with them? Realistically.
Find a bigger ship.
Now that's an idea that I could get behind.
Once I have to say I agree with Steven.
Stefan. It's Stefan. Stefan, not Steven. I don't know what. There's no V in my name.
Yeah, well, right now it's puke face, so let's go.
You know what? I will puke on you.
So you still want to take the stairs?
Nope. Let's just go.
Okay. Stepping inside. I imagine Stefan kind of feel out the floor with your foot a little bit. Nothing there.
Do I? How do I phrase this? Did I have enough time looking at the corpses that I'd either identify, recognize them, or see anything peculiar about the way they were killed?
There wasn't really enough left that would have been identifiable. It looked like they were trapped in that elevator and a grenade went off.
That sucks. That's all I got. That is. I'm very, very nervous right now, and would like to be in the corner, please.
Stepping in, you have your options. You can, of course, send the elevator down to engineering. You could really send it to any floor of the ship you want if you wanted to explore. You have your options.
I say we just go right down to engineering. It's just, I don't want to be here longer than we generally have to.
Assess the situation before we make any other decisions. Hit the floor for engineering.
The small panel above the control panel, that can send you to various floors, would light up, showing you the camera feed that would from the exterior of that door to whatever floor that you're on. So as you pass by crew quarters, the camera would flick to life. You'd see a small, very comparatively primitive cleaning android, much more primitive than Moby, just go scooting across. No sign of people. You pass by the mess hall. The camera would flick to life and show you about a quarter of the cafeteria. You see trays. You see cutlery, napkins, plates scattered around. No people.
Is there some sort of radio system around us, like a comm system that we could access to get the guy's attention?
You have emergency comms that would connect to maintenance.
Okay, I'll just keep a note of that.
Okay.
Guys, he said that we should be worried about people that we run into. But there's no one showing up.
Yet. I mean, chances are they said there were about 150 of them in engineering. We know that there are quite a few people on the ship. We definitely haven't seen all of them out.
Trust me, the cameras don't pick up everything on the ship. There's plenty of blind spots.
That is very ominous. Oh, we'll leave that there.
As you're saying this, you would actually catch the first sign of other living people. As you pass by medical, the camera would flick to life, and you would see someone dressed very similar to your own doctor. A pristine white lab coat, very well-kept hair, though a little frizzy at the moment, and some of it just kind of in loose strands on the side of their face. You can tell just from just their immediate appearance that they seem to be physically tired, exhausted. Like, you can't quite see the beads of sweat, but you imagine that they're sweating pretty heavily. And it looks like they're in that motion of dragging something. Like their hands are, towards the floor. They're walking backwards through strained motions. But they're not carrying anything.
Should we go in?
Well, that seems to be not exactly sane behavior.
Like seeing dead bodies in an elevator.
Also, and under my breath, I'll say, "Who needs a shower now?"
No. You could certainly hit the emergency stop, and it would bring you to a halt here on the medical floor.
I mean, do you
Nope.
think it would be important to get supplies from here? Is it worth risking that?
My training would tell me to make sure that we have a safe spot before we engage with anything. However, I wouldn't argue that it would be important to get medical supplies. So I will leave that decision up to you. Hit the emergency stop button and the door close button so we can discuss.
Just hold the button. The doors just stay closed.
So I'll leave that vote up to. Really, Macy, I'll leave it up to you. You're the one that would know if we need something from in there, if it's worth the risk.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't mention any type of injury, but I would bet you, based on what happened, there has to be a couple, right? Yeah, I mean, again, not that kind of doctor, but I mean,
You're the closest we
uh,
got right now.
yeah, I know enough about pharmaceuticals and stuff that I could probably find something that could be needed here.
All you have to do is say go, and I'll let go of the button.
Oh, this is such a bad idea. Like, player is like, this is a horrible idea, but I want to do it.
When you're in a horror movie, you make bad decisions.
Exactly.
That's
Let's do
fair.
it.
And I let go of the door close button and turn and face as the doors open.
Okay. By now, the figure in the pristine lab coat would almost be past the view of the cameras. As the doors open, you would physically see this individual not 15 feet away from the now open elevator, very clearly struggling to drag absolutely nothing. You would stop, though, look up towards the four of you. Be with you in just a moment. And then keeps
What you
dragging the nothing that's in front of him.
what you have there?
But someone's got to clean up, don't they?
Yeah, while
Instinctually,
you're
I'm gonna
doing
start
that,
backing up.
don't mind me. I just have to go pick up some
Um,
azithromycin. Yeah, I'll be out of your hair in a second.
I'm sliding safety off and keeping eyes on the entire time.
Um, so are you, Macy, are you exiting the elevator to head into the actual, like, infirmary to start looking for supplies?
Yeah, pretty much, and just kind of again like just confidently walking, like I know what I'm doing, even though like I don't think I've ever been here. Just
Not
if
your
if
domain.
you're confident, yeah, if you're confident enough, you can just sell it. So just fake it till you make it is what I'm trying to do here.
Okay. What about the rest
Well,
of you?
I am as close to Connor as like physically possible without bothering him.
Okay.
And Connor is hoping that the group doesn't spread too much, but he's trying to be as close to everyone as possible as well. So
Oh, yeah, like if I know like
he,
if somewhere like even if it has supplies, if somewhere is like going to be out of sight from anyone else in the group, just not gonna happen.
Yeah,
I
there
have
are.
one job and this is it.
there's a handful of, like, mostly plexiglass doors that you can see into various labs. You do know some of these. Some of them are research labs, some focus on, like, there's a word for it in my brain, too dumb, the study of diseases.
Like pathology, epidemiology, maybe.
Maybe. I know there's a word for it. But there's various labs kind of tucked around, um, sitting almost mirroring the infirmary side. So if you want actual medical supplies, you want the infirmary, which is where the individual is dragging the nothing into. But if you want things that are more in your territory, more scientific research level, you want the opposite direction.
Oh no. Yeah.
You can also see
Yeah, like
that
research. Yeah,
he's
research isn't gonna help.
muttering to himself in a tone that's just a tad too low to make out what he's saying.
Oh. Yeah, no, like if I'm going into the infirmary, am I like getting like a little too uncomfortably close?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. All right. Yeah, I'm going to exchange glances with Connor to if he even like moves, I just kind of scoot by and he even like offers to just don't shoot, just off. Like, okay, we're gonna try this. We're gonna try this.
Okay. As you get closer, you do start to be able to make out what he's saying. I am not there. I do not sleep. Do not stand at my grave and weep, for I am not there. I did not die. And like almost breaking out of a trance, he notices that you start to walk closer, and will kind of take an effort to shuffle his imaginary cargo off to the side and actually like take a step to the left to let you pass by.
Yep, almost give a grateful nod and keep going.
Thank you. Excuse me.
Yeah, basically. Oh, just moving past there, bud.
Depending on how long you want to spend down here, if you want to take your time, methodically go through cabinets and drawers, I will no check required. You'd eventually be able to find what you're looking for. If you want to be quick about it, I'd probably ask for an easy ignorance check.
Yeah, we'll just do a quick thing. So let me just do that ignorance check. Wow. See, oh yeah, highest. Yeah, that'll work. That's a 5.
You find painkillers, you find disinfectant, bandages, anything that would be able to stop someone from dying in the immediate moment. Not quite the long-term care, but you'd be able to prevent death pretty easily. While you are finishing up your searching, the the man that's been dragging whatever this was actually hefts, the imaginary cargo onto his shoulder and is visibly straining under the weight until he gets over to a table and just, hefts the shoulder like he's tossing a sack of potatoes. One down, so many more to go. How do you do it?
How do I?
Yes.
Well, because Someone's gotta. Like,
Too right.
way.
Right. But you don't have the look about you. Don't. He actually very visibly sniffs at the air. You don't. And he just takes a gradual step back away from you, towards the door, and just starts gradually stepping away from you. You can all, of course, see this. The walls to the infirmary are plexiglass.
He's moving away, right?
Away.
Hmm.
Towards the door.
Like, can
Out
I
of
get
the
out?
infirmary.
Oh. Uh. Yep. I mean, that's the only way out back towards the elevator, right? Okay, so I guess I have to go that way.
The moment that you start taking a step towards the door, he will physically turn into a sprint and just start darting for the door. Connor, anything?
I'm going to draw a bead, but watch.
Okay. Macy, anything?
I mean, she's obviously very off-put by this and does not quite understand. But is kind of glad he's staying away from her instead of like being like actively hostile. So yeah, she's just gonna like very cautiously make her way over to the elevator.
He
Are
is
we like?
he is gonna beat you to the door.
Is that an issue? I think we're missing something.
Yeah.
So
It
you're
seems-
both in the infirmary.
Mm-hmm.
He started to approach you to strike a conversation, said that you didn't have the look, that you obviously either smelled something or didn't smell something, and then turned away from you and just ran to the door, with you still inside the infirmary.
Right. So now he's just running away, or is he trying to like lock the infirmary?
Exactly. Yeah. Is like he trying to like shut the door or like what's
He does
going
seem to be
on?
reaching for the door controls.
Well, shoot.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Make a carelessness check. Do you have skills in rifles? Firearms?
Yeah. That's how it's listed in the book. I'll take rifles since that's what I have to specify.
So because you have the skill, you treat the check, your number, as one lower.
Okay. Well, that is a success at every level.
No matter the difficulty, it's a success. There is the gentle hiss of a closing door, but not the sound of a magnetically locking door. As he had started to input the code to lock down the infirmary, but there is a splatter of crimson along the plexiglass, and he will collapse against the door, slide to the floor, and just slump over.
By the way, that is my haunt.
Okay. Then would you draw a card for me?
My haunt.
No.
Oh boy. We're going great, guys.
Oh.
I don't remember getting this many haunts in the first Locus
We
session.
didn't.
This is a record.
This is how you play the game, right? You re-roll a character every new game.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
It's just gonna be a bunch of one shots.
Okay.
It's like we're playing 10 candles over and over and over again.
Oh my god.
Macy, the door does open for you. He was not able to lock it.
It's clear. And just
Yeah,
no
yeah.
remorse.
Yeah, like she gets up off of the floor because she absolutely hit the deck at the sound of any gunshot. Just hit the deck, gets back up, um, brushes herself off, and yeah, goes back towards the elevator. Thanks.
Fifteen.
I'm not sure what was going on with that. Luck, but
I was going to let him live until he tried to lock us in there, but
hmm.
Okay.
Does he seem to be a person of particular note?
What do you mean?
Um, like you said, he's wearing a lab coat. Like, does he have like a name tag? Is he like a gosh, I guess I'm just wondering, like, would he have any sort of like key card on him or something that we?
He doesn't look important. He just looks like your
Okay.
average.
An employee.
Yeah,
Okay.
probably the equivalent of a nurse.
Okay. Yeah. Um, good, good, good shot, Connor. Good call.
thank you.
Would everyone except for Connor make a medium temper check?
Boy.
Fail.
Oh wait, medium. Perfect. Yeah, that'll be a pass.
I'm gonna burn a willpower.
Well, what does medium mean again?
The middle dice needs to be higher than whatever your temper number is.
Nope, still failed.
I got a 6.
Well, Stefan, would you raise your stress level, please?
Yes, I can. All right.
I forgot to turn on the channel rewards that would let people make you all make stress checks or draw cards or make further bad things happen.
Thank God, but go on.
You know what? We had a villain point to start off with. I think
Oh, I
we're
know.
even.
I remember.
Insane. It evens out.
You'll return to the elevator, hitting the button to close the doors, and return to your journey down, more towards the heart of the ship. The next couple floors that you pass by, the cameras wouldn't pick up anything. It's just empty hallways, empty rooms. Very quiet. A lot of nothing. You finally reach engineering. The camera would flick to life, and Connor, you would see on that display piles of partially melted, partially burnt bodies. I mean, from the angle of the camera, you can see a good maybe 90 feet into the room, and there's 5 or 6 piles. The rest of you see an empty engineering bay.
Where is everyone? I thought there was supposed to be hundreds here.
Want to get your hopes up. We'll see what we can find.
I step out and try to find like an access panel. See if there's any like signs of life, I guess.
Panel immediately outside of the room, able to tap into, and communication seemed to be working.
Can I go to the comms and we're here. Where are you guys?
There's more hissing, popping, and static that actually makes you have to lean away, almost cover your ears. It's so loud. But it fades to. Oh, you made it. Oh, good. All right, look, just don't move. I can see you in the cameras. I am going to prove that we're not alone in this ship. Then they're going to have to send someone out. Oh, this is good news. Just don't move.
I hit the mute button on this and I turn to Connor. Gun out, please. Yes. Everybody got something to defend themselves. Take silence as a no, and I start pulling out wrenches and screwdrivers, start handing it to people, and just going, "This is part of my engineering kit. I'd like it all back." I pull out the hammer, which I realized I should have brought a hammer with me physically, but wrong campaign for that one.
Oof.
It's about a minute of sitting in not exactly silence anymore. There's the occasional humming and vibrating of pipes. There's the sound of electrical currents running throughout the room. There's even the sound of. But it's like something in the walls is just shifting and moving. Not quite slamming, but there's definitely movement.
He's motioning to everyone, pointing to the walls.
Connor, you have the most tally marks, right? You should give 2.
Yep. Which to me is more terrifying than cards at this point. It's a new unknown.
You're all standing there, waiting. You hear a soft crackle and hissing from the comms again. But it's not that same voice that calls back out to you. It's something so low that it's almost a whisper. Would any of you actively be trying to understand what it's saying?
Yeah, after the guy, like Macy would absolutely be trying to do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to understand what it's saying.
The moment that you focus and you let the words reach your mind, it does start to sound familiar. It's a voice talking almost like it's reciting a poem. Do not stand at my grave, and I am not there. I do not sleep. Do not stand at my grave and cry. I am not there. I did not die.
What kind of Solomon Grundy shit is this?
Who?
Zombie in a comic book
The
from millennia ago.
the metal grating under your feet, Connor, would start to vibrate. as if that particular panel was starting to get lifted by some external force.
Can we
And-
like hear that? Like that sounds like metal like shaking,
Oh, yeah.
right? Could I like
Would-
stomp my foot on?
Would
Sorry,
you
go ahead.
all roll your initiative for me? It is 3d6 minus your clumsiness.
Math time. Oh, that's easy.
What's our clumsiness?
Minus your clumsiness.
Minus, okay. That'd be a 9 for me.
I actually just need to know who... Did anyone roll above a 13? Okay.
Nope.
11.
That's all that matters. The floor underneath you, Connor, even as you hear that vibration and you all start to react, actually starts to melt. The metal grating starts to bubble under you like it was boiling, and actually reaches up with finger-like tendrils up to your feet and starts to try to just pull you down into the floor. Yeah, just a hair. It's a tad loud. Would you make an opposed frailty check, please?
Royalty?
Yep.
I will spend a willpower for one reroll. I can on.
Uh-huh.
I'll do it again.
Insert goofy meme here.
3.
You will tie. The bubbling metal that's turned into tendrils of fingers that grabbed onto your ankles and started pulling you into the floor, having to actively fight against one hand holding the rifle, the other hand reaching onto the floor, trying to keep you upright. Thankfully, it doesn't get you too far down, but you're about shin deep into the metal floor. Over to all of you. If it does make it easier, we can go by the number that you rolled.
10.
Olivia got 11, Connor got 10.
Got a 9.
Oh yeah, I'm last. I got 8.
So Olivia, you're up first.
I am indeed.
Oh, at the top of the hour. Sorry, you can all draw another card.
Oh no.
God, hope.
You have to be kidding me.
I got a
You
virtue.
have to be kidding me. Did I like not shuffle this well enough? Like this is the next haunt. I have 3 in here right now.
Is that a
Welcome
haunt
to
from
the
Connor?
I'm reshuffling.
Mm-hmm.
I also got a virtue.
That means you can discard it and you get 3 willpower.
Well, I'm at 4 haunts.
So I have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 willpower.
Must be nice.
I gotta burn through these because they don't come back next session.
They don't.
I'm gonna shine for the last like 20 minutes of this game and then wreck house next session.
Olivia, you're up first.
Hold on, not even willpower. Before I forget. I honestly, she's just the floor. The floor is gone. Is Connor still there?
He is. He's about shin deep in being pulled into the now liquid metal floor.
I mean, and the floor around it isn't melting, right?
A good 2-foot radius around him is bubbling, like molten metal.
Does there appear to be like any piece of like a long pipe or a rope nearby? Something that she could like throw to him?
There are certainly pipes to break them off the wall, but absolutely.
Yeah,
Any
she
loose wires.
yeah, she's so strong enough for that. Um Yeah, no, she's way too much of a coward to actually get in there. Um, but she'll try and find, yeah, is there anything around that she can like throw to him
Uh, make
to like
a
assist him?
make wow. Hold on. My brain is absolutely
Well,
That's it, folks. It's been fun playing with you.
a
Bye,
Oops, brain is
everybody.
turned off.
a temper check, please.
Okay.
It's trying to remember what each of the stats is specifically for.
Just say a random one, and we can pretend like it's the correct one every time.
Okay, I'm not sure if I.
Medium.
It's only ignorance, by the way. There's
Medium
no
temper.
other stat.
Okay, my temper is 3, and I rolled a 1, a 4, and a 3.
That's a fail.
That fails.
And so I can use a willpower and re-roll that shit,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Okay. No, that's worse.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly pieces of metal. There's things around you, just nothing that's gonna give you that reach to toss out to Connor. You could also just step in there and grab his hand. What you doing?
I mean, does he really look like he's gonna fall? Like, he's got this, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no, I believe. Go, Connor! I believe in you!
You are welcome to run and hide. That is a valid strategy.
Yeah, no, she'll, like, legit, like, just. Go, Connor!
Okay. That means we'll jump down to Connor.
I'm going to, with all of my strength, lurch myself forward, trying to grasp a hold of something solid, putting the butt of the gun down onto the ground, and try to pull myself back up to the ground, or back up to the floor.
Absolutely.
Solid floor.
Yeah. Make a medium frailty check.
Good.
You reach out, grab onto railing, and just pull the butt of the rifle against the bubbling metal. Starts to heat up, and you can see the rubber also starting to bubble and crack. But you were able to pull yourself up out of the liquid metal into safety.
And then I'm backing away.
Macy.
Okay, so there's no one else falling into the liquid metal, right? Like
At
it
the
was.
moment, no.
Okay, cool. Yeah, she would very much like to stay away from her back, for sure. And it's just keeping an eye out for like any other threats or what could have possibly like superheated a metal floor to the point that it would just do that instantly.
Roll your carelessness, please. Medium.
All right. Let's try that. Medium, yes, that will be a pass.
You see the wiring that leads up to the lighting above most of you. There's a very, very brief just fizzle with the lights as they flicker for a second. And the wires start to just one by one come loose, start dangling down. And then, like serpents, they collect into one wiry mass and start snaking towards your companions.
They don't see that yet, right? Right, I'm saying, watch out! And just point at that, because oh god.
Okay. Well, yeah. As your eyes are drawn from the liquid metal floor up to the ceiling full of wires that are starting to collect and head towards your throat, what would you like to do?
Resist the urge to make a joke. Oh shit. Okay, so I see this and naturally gonna start backing up and just yell everyone to run for the elevator.
Okay.
Because I'm not about to deal with this thing.
Well, at the top of the initiative order, thanks to the fact that it was pointed out to all of you, it is going to make this a more difficult check for it. I'm just going to go down the line, starting from Olivia to Steph to Connor. That is no successes, because it's a more difficult check. There's a success against Stefan.
Nice. Oh wait, no, not nice.
A critical success against Connor. It is not your day. Olivia, you're able to duck under the wires, and you swear you actually hear a hiss from them. The two of you here get back to the elevator, and you see both Stefan and Connor start to move, and just like a viper lashing out at its prey, the wires just whip towards the necks, impact, dig into the skin, fully wrap around, and just start picking them up off the ground.
We'll put that
Ask
as
before
a
you do
living
this.
spot.
Olivia.
Okay, I feel like one of the things that Stephen must have thrown at us had to have been some sort of perhaps wire cutter. Or
Very
there's
strong chance I have that.
I think that's reasonable.
if so, she will get the wire cutters and cut them at a reasonable distance away from the hissy part.
Make a... Go with the medium clumsiness check. And which one are you going for? Connor or Stefan?
Connor.
Yeah, go for it.
That's a pass.
You're barely able to reach them at the height that they're dragging Connor up to. His feet are just barely scraping against the floor, but you cut wire after wire until it's finally enough that it loosens, and lets him drop back to the floor. And there's just a rush of air back into your lungs. A very visible line around your neck where the wires were just digging in. But that is going to take us to you, Connor.
I'm going to turn and about 3 to 4 feet away from where it has a hold of Stefan. I'm going to take a shot at it.
Oh, you called him Stefan.
Oh yeah, Dave's always going to call him Stefan. Connor's going to call him Steven.
Yeah, make
I like one of you more than the other.
Stefan, how much are you thrashing?
Pretty badly. I don't like getting choked by a wire viper thingy.
Connor, would you make a hard carelessness check, please?
All right.
So help me God.
1 more power.
So my armor class is 27. So does that mean?
1 more.
Oh my God!
Got it.
It's aiming, about to take the shot, and then he just thrashes again, causing the part that you would have shot to now be occupied by his head. You aim at another spot, arm flails up again, twisting him around, till you finally see the opening, take the shot, and just explode that section of wires, sending Stefan to the floor, also gasping for air.
Ow!
Jump down to Macy.
Yeah, no, she's just going to try to like either help Stefan up or try to just like drag him towards the elevator, whichever is easier at this point. And yeah, she's just gonna say, remember, if one little piece goes wrong out of the hole, it's not gonna work. Come on.
Okay. Yeah, you just part drag, part helping along. You get Stefan over towards the elevator. And Stefan.
Get the fuck in the elevator, and would very much like to hit the closed door button.
Without half of your companions?
Oh, I know. Sorry. I thought everyone was in there. My bad. Can I help anyone get closer to
You
the
could help
elevator?
Macy. The two of you would together.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, then that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
I don't know. Chat's telling me to close the
Don't
door.
listen to Mr. Rogers.
So I'm feeling.
At
You already
the
did that with my character. Don't do it again.
at the
Look.
top of initiative.
If possible, to ditch your companions, take the opportunity. I learned this very much from the last game. It lasted all for 2 rounds.
The top of initiative. There would be the sound of clanging against metal grating, of voices calling down the hall, and then people storming into the room, weapons drawn, scanning. Eventually, their gaze is falling on the 4 of you as you are standing there, crawling towards the elevator. You all look around. The floor is fine. There's no molten, boiling metal floor. There's no dangling wires. Just a handful of armed men who burst into the room and are staring at you.
Who the hell are you?
Jesus Christ. He's telling the truth. There's actually people down here. Look, we're fine, alright? We're not crazy. But What the fuck are you doing down here?
This is where we were told to go. Told you needed help down here.
Fucking Lucas. Look, you've been seeing crazy shit? Anything? Bodies, like monsters, whatever the fuck people have been seeing? Anything?
I'm gonna look at the butt of my gun.
Fine.
There was something wrong with the wiring in here, but no, we're good. You all right? Let's play.
Would I feel like this is the first actual time that we've got to use the skill for its intention, or possibly at all. Would you make a medium repulsion check? He sets his hand like near the top of one of the rifles that are pointed towards you, and they just lower him to the floor a bit. Fine. Come on, we haven't seen anyone down here lately, but that doesn't mean that they won't pass back through. And he'll just kind of gesture towards the small band of armed soldiers and have them start backtracking their way towards the hall, gesturing for you all to follow.
Down we go.
I will say to where the three of them can hear it and the others can't, stay close.
Olivia, Stefan, following?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, mumbles and grumbles of get their own ship, they said. Yeah,
Connor, from even through that protective layering, you could tell that there was heat building up around your feet, up your shin. Had you not been wearing it, there probably would have been a fair degree of burns along your skin at the moment. So no injury there. But both Connor and Stefan mark off your very first point of your death's door tracker, as you had attempted hanging.
Are there any marks from that, like, still visible? I guess technically he would see them on me and I would see them on him, since we can't really look at our own neck that well, but...
Nothing.
I'm having trouble.
No, you're fine. It hurts like a bitch, but you wouldn't see any marks.
That's not a good sign. I mumble to him.
No. You good?
Yeah, I guess just not what I expected. That's all.
None of this is going to be what we expected.
Yeah, let's just get going.
Do you want the good news or the bad news?
Hit me with the bad news first.
Well, they're the same. If this works out, you'll be the captain of your own ship.
How's that the bad news?
Means this place is forever dead to us and we'll have to find somewhere else to...
Okay, you know that is a bit of bad news. Gotta argue there.
Four of you would be led for a ways down the hall. So you'd reach a ladder that leads up to a compartment that's about tall enough for you all to fit through without crouching, unless you feel like you're anywhere over 6 foot, then you might have to crouch a little bit. But it's more for maintenance access than anything.
I'm 6'2". I think that's.
Crouch a little. But you would start to hear the sounds of more people. A lot more people. You'd eventually let into what looks like, at one point it probably held various maintenance equipment, tool racks, a repair bay. It has since been cleaned out, the shelves have been emptied, tossed over, placed in front of the various entrances and exits, short of the one that you are now stepping through. There are well over 100 people in here. They're all backing away from you as you step in, and their conversations all die to just hushed whispers. The individual that had called out to you first looks around the room. Locus. Fuck is he? And you see just this scrawny, maybe 20-year-old kid, just long, disheveled, blonde hair, steps forward. See, I told you. I saw him on the cameras. I was watching the vehicle bays just, in case anyone showed up, and they did. And I told you they would be there. Yeah. It also could have been fucking crazy, and you could have just led him to us. You got lucky. The individual that seems to be named Lucas isn't even hearing his words. He's just excitedly staring at you. You're from the outside, right? So is help coming? Do people know what's happening?
No, we were coming here to refuel. This is your help.
Oh,
Don't worry, we got this, kid.
Yeah. Who's in charge here?
he just looks over at the man at the center of the small squad of riflemen. I guess he is.
Great. I
So
walk over to him.
I'm
Sorry,
assuming that this guy looks more like a worker than an officer.
They all do.
Okay. Then I will accompany in case we need a
I get
translator.
decked in the face. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm
about
not
to
going to
say some
stop him.
posh shit right now. I'm warning you now. I am an entitled person and thus should get my way. And I walk over to him. Is there somewhere private we can talk?
Yeah, sure. I'll just step into our private quarters real quick.
Great. Where are they?
You just step
They're
out that
down the
door,
stairs.
head down the hall, good 300 feet, take left.
Right. I'd like a full debrief, please, of what has been going on here.
Would you make a hard repulsion check?
Ooh,
And Connor, you have a point of luck.
Luck.
That's just a free reroll.
I would like to burn.
Nice.
I got these to burn out today. Oh, sweet. I only need this die to be higher. Nope. That's gonna be another willpower. I got these for a reason. And that'll do it. So a success.
He just crosses his arms, leans against the tipped over shelf. What exactly do you think is happening? Do you think any of this resembles, uh, I don't know, your hierarchy, your leadership structure? You think any of this is reportable?
I'd like to know how this all started, because I can't imagine that it just came out of nowhere. There had to be something leading up to the mess that is the situation we're in now.
Probably. Just talking to the wrong people. We're minors.
I know there's minors here, but I mean, you're an adult.
Fucking idiot. We physically take mining ships to asteroids, we extract the metals, and we bring them back. We don't research whatever the hell's happening here.
Did you happen to bring back any particular ore or something that a metal that maybe was foreign?
No. Everything we had was scanned, it was clean, and hell, it's probably still sitting down and processing.
Okay. Where is a ship bay?
Well, if Lucas isn't totally off his rocker, back the way you came.
We can't. I turned to Connor. I don't think we can take all of them in the ship at once, and we can't really leave them here.
Yeah, good
No.
luck getting any of these people
Well-
to leave this room.
I'm sorry, what makes it that you aren't going crazy like the other people we have seen on the ship?
Fuck if I know. I know that we searched everything we could. We found the people that weren't going crazy, gathered them up, brought them somewhere that we figured we could lock off, and that's where we've been sitting. We take scavenging missions up to get supplies, and that's it.
Where exactly are you on supplies?
As long as we keep rationing, we got a couple months.
We don't have the fuel to hit another outpost and back. Connor, I'd like your input here.
Yeah, I'd like to have a word with you myself, actually.
Noted.
Got a moment? Excuse me.
Yeah, before we go, is there some sort of science bay that perhaps doesn't have a crazy doctor in it
Anymore.
anymore?
The only one that you can get to from here, it would have been the elevator you just came down. Anything else, and you're walking through the ship.
Okay. Uh, Thank you for all that you've done here. You're really stepping up to be a leader. And I turn to Connor and all right, let's go have that word.
You're doing this all wrong. I know you mean well. I think you mean well, at least. These people don't care about hierarchy or status, they care about surviving. I know because I am one of these people.
I'm not saying they have to respect my status or the hierarchy. I'm simply trying to get them off the ship.
Then
Whoever is in.
don't ask them for a report. Talk to them, find their experiences. You could do this. You can actually connect with someone.
Yeah, I forget that sometimes.
If you need to, I can make some conversation as well. The goal's still the same. We need to find out what the hell's going on here, but can't just go asking for status reports. They're not.
Yeah,
They're not soldiers.
forget that. I have a working theory right now. We might need to speak to our microbiologist, but maybe there's something in the air that is causing a psychosomatic trigger to go off, something that would activate a prefrontal cortex, essentially a shutdown. So a complete lack of judgment would be had with the also slight shutdown of the hippocampi that would lead to the hallucinations that they were having. So this is more akin to schizophrenia than it is. I'm saying a lot of big words and you're probably not understanding them. I'm gonna go speak to the doctor. If you can gather any resource,
I'll start with Lucas. He seems to be the most talkative, and we'll work our way down from there.
great. I go find Dr. Macy, and
Yeah, at this point, Macy like would have probably been looking for anybody that looks like a medical professional of any kind. Is there anyone? Okay.
These are dock workers, miners, just your physical laborers.
All right. Is there anybody like that's attempting to try to like treat injuries at all? Like even if they're not like a medical professional, like anyone been like delegated to that?
Make a carelessness check. Easy.
All right. We're gonna try that. Wow. Yes, that's a success.
Just a quick scan of the room. You see most of the people have kind of broken off into these small groups and are just watching you all have this conversation. You do see a handful of people that have started to move throughout the crowd, however, and are going towards the back of the room, and you see a small, some sort of commotion happening back there.
Yeah, I'll gravitate in that direction, see what's going on over there.
Olivia, you would of course see Macy just scan the crowd and then start stepping towards the crowd of people.
I mean, seeing that the other two separated off, she is not about to be left alone, so she'll follow them.
The two of you would very quickly start to get the pieces of a scene of a older man and woman being physically restrained and held back by a good number of the people around them. The ones that had come rushing over seemed to be trying to calm them down. Just shh, you have to stop. You, there's nothing there. I promise. We're fine. You have to calm down. You you can't give in to this. It's gonna be okay. And they are just absolutely kicking, and even through like the muffled hands over their mouths, they're starting to scream and just stare at things just around the room.
Do I see anything?
Like following their gaze to the places around the room that they're looking and trying to point. Nothing there.
Hmm.
You're one of them, older gentleman, very graying hair. They're going to kick you out if you don't calm down. Nothing seems to be getting through to them.
What status do they seem to be of this ship?
As low as you can get.
Okay. So it's not. Okay. kind of if she looks back towards where the militia were, do they seem to have picked up on this?
Not yet. I don't know if that went through, but no, they have not. Not yet.
Oh, no, sorry. I was like, oh no, we froze. Olivia will just someone nearby just be like, is this their first time seeing something?
But no, they're not seeing anything. They're just a little anxious. That's all. And he starts physically just like trying to drag the older gentleman who's being restrained like away from you two. Like, you need to shut up. Just stop. There's nothing there. The woman, however, still basically right next to you, would actually stop with the kicking and screaming and just meets your eyes, Olivia, and her own eyes just go wide. And she, even though she's being restrained, starts to try to like scoot back away from you. Very reminiscent of how once the doctor got close enough, he tried to flee.
Mm-hmm.
Olivia's gonna play devil's advocate here and kind of like start stalking towards the woman. Just kind of like, what do you see?
For what purpose?
I want to know what she's seeing. Like, is she like? Is it in fear? Is it like?
To study her reactions.
Yeah.
Okay. With every step you get closer, as she's not physically able to really get away from you, it's maybe a two-step gap, and you are there in her face. And she's biting at hands that are covering her mouth. She's now swinging wildly with fists and kicking and just trying desperately to get away from you.
Olivia's just gonna try and like, if at all possible, like grab her cheeks and like hold her head still and just be like, "What do you see?"
She's gonna try to bite you.
I have on. I'm still in my suit.
She's still gonna try to bite you.
Bite me, ow!
Just wanted to see if I could get a crit. I mean, her mouth does like close around the thumb of the protective suit, but obviously you don't feel anything.
Super suit.
Meant to withstand the pressure and temperatures of space. Her teeth aren't going to do anything.
Got monster dashes.
At this point, she would be physically screaming, and Connor, Stefan, you would see the armed guards now all looking across the room, weapons up and not quite drawn, but at the shoulder and ready. And they just start making their way over towards the noise.
I will do the same.
I see like the guards like coming back over here down
Mhm.
towards us. Okay, I'm gonna like move to like kind of get Olivia away from this woman because no matter what she's seeing, like it's not good and it's alerting them. And kind of like just put a hand on Olivia's shoulder and say, "Hey, like we don't want to get kicked back out there with whatever else is going on. We got to stay here." And I don't think they're gonna like us doing this. Come on.
If there's crazies out here, there's also crazies in here. And she's just gonna very loudly, you missed one or two.
It
And just look with like some indignation, just be like, she bit me. Well, tried.
uh Connor and Stefan, I'll give both of you a moment if there's something you would like to do at hearing this before anything kicks off.
Just get over there to try to do something. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do when they get over there. If it only affects others, then it's not really his thing. But if they try to kick us out, then we're going to have a problem.
Yeah, I'm gonna rush over and immediately try to start like inspecting her like eyes and trying to like diagnose the situation. I need to confirm whether or not this is like a zombie thing, if it's like a bite thing, because then Olivia's
Mm.
fucked.
Make a hard ignorance check.
Oh, that's my lowest stat. I like that.
Mhm.
Oh, that's successes across the board.
Also, can we at all be sus that our engineer is trying to diagnose a mystery disease?
I went to school for a variety of topics. I'm just really good at engineering.
Listen here, no, you're
Welcome
not.
to
You're
the
a
noble
shitty,
life.
you're a shitty engineer.
Uh, the pupils are certainly dilated. Our engineer goes to the corner to cry.
I see
Uh,
how it is. I make one mistake. I put everything back in order. I fix the robot, but no.
You
Okay, so
you see dilation of the pupils. They're starting to very, very heavily sweat. There's rapid eye movement, like crazy. Like they can't quite focus on one thing for more than a second or two as they're staring around the room at people. They're staring at the walls.
are their eyes bloodshot?
No. But you would have
Is this
only a few moments. Sorry, go ahead.
is this indicative of a seizure?
Not really.
Okay.
But you would have only a few moments of inspecting before there is physically a hand that should plants on your shoulder and just starts to push you off to the side away from this woman.
Well, I see who's doing that.
One of the armed riflemen that has now like pushed the rest of the crowd back and is just trying to get everyone away from these two.
Be careful putting your hands on people like that.
The one you've been talking to seems to be the de facto leader, just looks at you. What, you want your person catching whatever the hell this is too? Be my guest.
No, but I would like to study it.
Great. You can study it out there.
No, it's no.
They-
Did I say that out loud?
A bunch of the people in here just start like moving shelves and furniture away from one of the back doors, and they physically grab these two and just start dragging them towards the door as they are ready to just chuck them out of the room. And any of you like to do anything?
Did the man? I turned to Olivia. Was the man okay, or was he? Hello.
Was the man what? I didn't.
Was he okay? Was he? At the exact in the same state that she's in?
Forgive me for not noticing him while I was being assaulted.
Is Macy by there as well?
Yeah, I've just been like watching the whole thing.
Well, this is a matter of life or death for him. Was he okay?
Make a roll. Make a roll. He wasn't as hysterical, but you could still tell he was looking around.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Well,
we're
alright.
not exactly okay by those metrics.
Yeah. I don't think we can help him, but Dr. Macy, I have a few things I noticed. Do you have any notes on the symptoms of the patient?
At this point, they would have reached the door. The couple, through brute force, is just shoved out, still screaming. The doors are shut, and the furniture is once again moved in front of it.
At any point were they saying anything coherent?
They talked about the dead, they talked about bodies, about decay and destruction. Most of it, though, in just incoherent screaming. As soon as the doors are again blocked, they'd turn and address the crowd. All right, you know the rules. Anyone starts seeing crazy shit, we bring this up immediately. Don't try and hide it. I don't care who they are to you. Got that? The people just go silent. He looks over towards you four. You happy? Do you get all the research you needed from that?
Not at all.
Well, there's the
Well, thank you. I
door.
was going to say the same thing.
Welcome to join them.
I don't. Who's around them when they started going insane?
See a handful of people just slowly raise their hands.
Did anyone come in with them? Did anyone know these people?
A bunch of people shaking their heads now.
Um,
Shit.
can I? I don't want to notify the militia, but can I like point out the one that was trying to like pull her away? It seemed the young man.
Just pointing him out to Stefan.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
In which case, I'd like to move towards the militia people as I do so.
You would overhear one of them like tapping on the de facto leader's shoulder. Raphael, I don't think we should let them stay in here. We don't know who they are. Just, I'll handle it. As they He cuts the conversation, watching you approach. Yeah?
Kind of like side eye, like over to the side, like a little bit further away from people, and like kind of continue walking, but just a little bit further.
Okay.
Um,
Have a little bit of privacy.
yeah, just kind of casually be like, no offense, I don't particularly want to stay here either. What has stopped you, however, from leaving, as you seem to be a very capable group?
Where the hell are we gonna go? Not like there's safe places on the ship. Everywhere else we've been is more of the same.
I mean, go. Leave.
And go where?
There's got to be another station around.
Not one that we've been in contact with. It'd be luck of the draw to get picked up before you starve to death.
Were you guys able to get a SOS, any comms out?
Yeah, been doing that for weeks, months now. You go up to the bridge, you can still hear the message playing over and over and over.
It's not actually going out, is it?
I don't know.
I mean, we came in, we heard nothing on the comms.
Well, maybe the signal went dead.
No, but your boy, Lucas, I believe.
Yeah,
He is a still working transmitter though.
yeah. We can see some of the cameras throughout the ship. Access some of the
No,
speakers.
never mind.
It's just, how long have you actually been having to deal with this?
I don't know. And that's not just me just fucking with you. That's not a dismissive answer. We don't know.
When was the first time you saw something?
When we came back, had a bunch of ore, sent it down to processing, and we saw security hauling off a bunch of people as they started a fight in the mess hall. They started saying crazy shit, attacked people, they drug them off, threw them in isolation for a bit. That was the last we saw of them. And it started to spread like a plague.
So similar to us, you came into the shit.
Yeah, it's just long time ago.
Anybody here whenever it all broke out?
Silence.
Lucas, he doesn't look like much of a miner.
Look, whoever you are, whatever you're doing, obviously you have a working ship. I would get to that ship and get out of here. Maybe you have a better chance of being picked up, like you said, finding some substation, some mining colony, whatever.
Fine, where are fuel reserves?
Your fuel reserves blew up 8 months ago, 9, 10. It's hard to tell. I don't know where the fuck long it's been.
Eight, 9 months ago?
Yeah. Year? I don't know. Long time.
How long? How long were we supposed to have been gone for?
That's what I was.
I was like, wait, timelines are not matching, bro.
About 3 months.
That's interesting. What day is it?
I don't know.
And I'm assuming that we have some sort of personal devices that would have date and time on them.
Yeah.
I want to check it and see if it's correct.
Yeah.
I'll turn the device to it.
To see if they're the same, not necessarily correct.
Yeah, I don't.
We left the ship 3 months ago. So if you think the fuel tanks blew up 8 or 9 months ago, then it seems like you're a little bit disconnected from reality too. So should we go ahead and throw your ass out there?
You can see, like, now visibly the hand starts, like, moving up to the butt of the rifle. He just starts
I wouldn't
gritting
do
his
that.
teeth.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Last chance. Get back to your ship. Go find somewhere else to die.
You will. You will. Just one more. The captain, the captain of the ship.
Mm-hmm.
What's their name?
There's no one captain. Each part of the ship had their own leader.
There had to have been like a head captain or some shit, right?
They're kind of like a democracy, like an elected, like, for this cycle you are the one that has the final say in decisions. Like what is that called? Semvirate? Is that what
Like
that is?
a board, or like a board of governor bullshit. Um,
Like the Rome.
okay,
Emperor?
well, give me a name, the name, whatever names that you know.
The engineering captain. Met him once or twice. It was Jeffrey Henders.
Is this name familiar to any of us?
Yeah. Anyone that spent any time in engineering.
And he was the head of engineering.
Mhm.
Fuck out.
All
There's
right.
still, you said that you do raids every now and again for
Mm-hmm.
sustenance. Is there still supplies available up there somewhere?
Sure. Gotta get past crazies to get to them, though.
Well, how come so far the crazy that we encountered run from us?
I don't
Like,
know.
what's the experience that you've had with them?
They try and rip you apart, limb from limb, about crazy shit.
What kind of crazy?
I don't know. I don't speak crazy.
Okay, look, thank you.
Yeah.
Clearly, we're going to get out of your hair, I think.
Yeah.
So kind of like look back to the rest of the group, like, right? Yeah.
I don't know.
Kind of like
I
it
don't really think
here.
we I don't think we should. There's so much more data we can collect.
Yeah.
You're an engineer and you don't need no fucking data.
I'm an engineer. Everything I do is based on data.
Why don't you go and collect your data somewhere else?
This
We
is
don't
a
need you
controlled
riling people up anymore. You want to take some rations? Go for it. Like someone can say we didn't leave you out to starve to death.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Vaguely under her breath, you hear, oh, fucking fractions. Gross.
They would, again, unbarricade one of the doors, and stand ready to open them for you to leave.
Like right through we came? Or is this the way we came?
It's kind of a maze network of manhole tunnels through here, because you're kind of in the meat of like piping and wiring. But you could get back the way you came pretty easily.
Assuming that it's all the same. Right. Got it.
Unless the ship, came alive and moved like Harry Potter
Yeah.
stairs.
Like who would ever think to do that, right? Right,
Um,
guys?
Are any of you objecting to being tossed out?
Not really. Macy can read a room. They don't want them there.
So my impatience is a 5. So
Mhm.
I'm gonna say, unless someone actively like starts forcing me out the door, I'm gonna try just asking as many questions as I can, trying to figure out what the fuck this virus is.
They're actively forcing you out the door.
I'm just gonna be screaming questions the whole way out.
The people that were in your immediate vicinity start backing up and just like wide-eyed staring at you like they did for the people that just got kicked out.
I have a doctorate. I know what I'm doing.
Nobody cares about your degrees.
I have 5.
With one of you at least being physically forced out, the doors being slammed behind you, and you hear the screech of metal as the barricades are put back into place. You are all left alone.
They're all gonna fucking die in there.
They're literally going to kill themselves. Because from what I can tell, something activates whatever that causes the crazy things. Because that woman has apparently been in there for several months. It had never been triggered. So whenever they're exposed, maybe it's on like a time. You have X amount of time before you go crazy, kind of like a zombie. Like has so much time between human form and zombie form.
And so you were instantly triggered when you got onto the ship and saw dead bodies. And
Yeah, there's something that like
is one of your degrees in zombieology?
no, but I did watch a lot of zombie films. I I how do I phrase this? So my working theory is that there's something in the air, and and there's something in our memories that gets triggered essentially, and so whatever is in the air right now can cause hallucinations, and certain hallucinations are going to reflect what our brains can see. And it's not a complete theory yet because the one fatal flaw in this is that we all saw
Stop
the
right, stop right there. Macy, Olivia, What attacked me and Steven?
That wire snake thing.
You can continue now. I just wanted to not
Yeah,
taint that evidence.
yeah, that makes sense. So that's the only flaw in my theory is that we all had a group of hallucination. I mean, it is possible. I mean, there have been recorded events of it, but the fact that we
Tell
also
me your
have
neck.
individual hallucination, there's no markings. I checked Connor's
Still
as
hurts
well.
like hell.
Yeah, well, yeah, fucking throats kill me. But I mean this more in a sense of from a scientific perspective of we could be having just visual and auditory hallucinations because of whatever's in the air is attacking our temporal lobe, which controls
Our
visual and
brain.
auditory sensors.
Our brain.
Yes. So whatever memories we have can equally get triggered by this. Has
Connor,
anyone else seen something that only they have seen that no one else has recognized? I saw the dead bodies in the elevator.
I'm gonna share a look with the doctor, and I will just my pasta back on our ship. I was eating my pasta when the ship went down, and when I came back, the pasta had not been cooked yet.
And we hadn't made it to the ship yet. Hold on,
We
maybe this isn't
hadn't.
an airborne virus. Okay,
I can confirm this. I mean, I know I dropped that test tube when things went all corkscrewy with the flight pattern. I come back and it's good as new. And I just thought Moby fixed it or something, or not fixed it, just replaced it. He didn't, and then yeah, he started malfunctioning very randomly. Kind of why I asked.
okay,
And then those awful fucking dreams.
frequency. That's that. That's what it could be. It could be frequency of at certain pitches. A human's uh, certain parts of the brain start to function differently. Maybe whatever turbulence I ran into sparked the frequency to be started, and whatever's on this ship here has a like high amount of this frequency. Because there's been studies showing that when you turn a pitch up to a certain amount, humans will just get mad, and they'll just start throwing violence at everywhere. It wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility that there is a frequency that would cause audio and visual hallucinations.
Interesting theory, but these things are at least partially real. They
I mean,
can
are they?
do.
We don't have any visual scarring um on our necks, and we were both lifted up by that thing. You don't have any burn marks on your boots. It is possible that psychologically we're damaged. Like I can still feel pain on my neck, but that's because my brain is actively sending signals to tell it to feel this pain.
So our brains are broke.
Essentially, yes. Now,
Well,
this is
that
only a working theory because all the people in there aren't going absolutely insane right now.
Or they're just not sharing it. It's clear that
Yeah, it felt like there were a lot of secrets in that room.
I will admit it
A
was
lot of
very, very
mistrust.
sketchy. Yeah. But think about it, cramped up in there for 3 months, or even, in their perspective, a year, people start going insane.
well, wait, but how does that? She'll just like point to Connor. He said that the gas blew up 9 months ago, and we haven't even been gone for 3.
No, but they have no clocks. They don't know what time is. I'm guessing they don't know when day and night would be. So what could be a week to us could feel like a month for them. They can't measure time out. So perhaps that was 8 weeks ago that the fuel reserves blew out.
There's a lot more questions I would like to ask in there, see if everyone sees time the same way.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
And how come we didn't get their SOS?
Their SOS could be jammed or blocked. You know, maybe the signal is something broke the broadcasting. Could have been a drift, it could have been an asteroid or anything. All you have to do is just knock the right dish.
We could go to the bridge and try to find out.
I feel that we get gas and get supplies and we get back to our ship and get the ever living fuck out of this nightmare.
What gas? Did it all blow up?
We can siphon some from the oblivion or find another ship or something. That can't have been the only supply.
That's fair.
True.
Well, I can't argue. And it doesn't look like they want our help, so.
Quite the opposite.
Okay.
So kind of going back to when we first got here, were there any other vessels in that bay?
The only bay that was lit up and open was the one you entered, and it was...
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
So we could go back and look and see if there was any other ships in there. Maybe we should have just went where we initially thought before Lucas got involved. That kid's not going to make it.
Unfortunate.
So the control room in the docking bay, see if we can set up camp there until we can get ourselves fueled and supplied.
Like a plan.
Yes.
Okay. The four of you make your way back through the tunnels, back towards the elevator, cautious of dangling wires or melting floors, but nothing. Reach the elevator, hit the button, and one by one, you ascend floors. Every once in a while, the display flicking to life, showing the camera outside of the door on that particular floor. Most of them are empty. First one you find not empty would be the mess hall. There's a small swarm of people that seem to be searching. Just they look under tables, they look behind the counters, they get to doors, any door that doesn't open, they just start slamming their shoulders into, trying to get past them. That feed would eventually cut. When you pass by the medical floor, where there should be a body just visible on the edge of the camera, there is nothing.
Is the blood spray still there?
Nope.
Does it look like a blaster or bullet impacted a wall?
Hard to tell through the black and white camera feed.
Damn.
You're continuing on, would eventually reach the docking bay. As the doors will slide open, revealing the once again empty, massive room. That is where we are going to put a pin in it for this.
No.
Ah.
I want to play. I want to keep playing.
I will give you the option to play
6 hours
for
stream.
a few more moments as you get to draw another card.
No.
Oh, I have all this willpower. I would like to keep it. Oh, look at that! I got 4
Ooh.
willpower.
Wait, this
That
is a
will
complete.
hurt you, but it doesn't matter because
This is a complete and total waste, guys.
Yeah, I know.
I got a virtue.
Everyone
hates
got a
me.
2,
virtue.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
This game hates me.
I have 12 willpower that is now completely gone. Back
Oh
down to
my
5.
god.
Every single person just got a virtue.
Yes. Can we carry that over to the next session, perhaps?
Unfortunately
That's not how
not.
that works.
And we gotta discard them too, right? Because they
Yep.
don't count towards our total count.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, find as many
Uh,
reasons to roll dice as possible right now.
I'd like to punch Connor in the face.
Roll for broken hand. Anyways, thank you all so much for watching. I love this game so much. I love horror games, especially this. It's so well made. It's just so good. If you love horror TTRPGs, absolutely should pick this up. Give it a shot. But I'm going to give my lovely cast here a chance to once again tell you who they are, and if they're working on any projects, let people know where they can go check them out. And we'll start with camera 1, as always, being Sir Heckalot.
Alright. Hey everybody. It's me, Sir Heckalot. You know, tonight I played Dr. Macy Donahue, the microbiologist, who has thoughts about these things, these happenings, these goings on. But anyway, you can find me on all the social media. In terms of the TTRPG space, I do a whole bunch of stuff. I have an itch page. You can actually find me on Fiverr. I do sea shanty, song lyric, and poetry commissions, which is pretty fun. You can find me doing just a bunch of stuff over at TPK Roleplay. I throw a dart at the calendar. I might just be there. As well as Neon Lights Roleplay. And yeah. Also every third Thursday, I am over on my own channel doing a podcast with Times Dungeon called Dungeons and Discussions, where we talk about all things D&D. Yeah, let's keep on keeping on.
Heck yeah. Jump over to Dave.
Hey everyone, I am Dave. I am founder, I guess, and game master for Hangman's Gate RPG. I played Connor tonight, and I have committed one of many murders to come. Just a little murdering. As far as what we have going on, this Friday at 8:30 Eastern, so 6:30 Mountain, the time that we scheduled for here, we will be doing a special one-shot of Cult Divinity Lost set in the world of our campaign. We have a couple players going on vacation, so we're going to expand the story a little bit with a different event happening across the country. We have Locus coming up probably the middle of this month, and we're looking to put hopefully 10 plus sessions into a game of Locus. It'll be a very deep dive into the mystery. So I've got like 50 some pages written at this point, and going to have more before we're done.
Players are
Follow us
gonna have to
there.
be so careful. But so, for anyone that doesn't know how the injury system works, there's no health. You don't have like a health bar or a health pool or mana potions. You have 27 points that you can fill. Once a point is filled, it's filled forever. There is no way to remove it. And once all 27 are filled, that's it. You're done. So 10 sessions. Ooh.
So, full disclosure here, I'm working. I haven't fully figured it out. But a little cheat, you might get 1 or 2 back for major accomplishments just to give them some more time to play in the
Fair.
world. But for the most part, it's going to be just as deadly as Locus is normally. Just a little bit of extension to get the extra sessions in.
Fair. Yeah, super excited to see that. That's going to be awesome.
Yeah, come join us for that. We have a Twitter and a Facebook because that's about as much social media as I can handle. But they're all under Hangman's Gate RPG, so come check us out. Look
Heck
forward
yeah.
to seeing you.
And we'll jump over to James.
Hey, you can find me over at Deadly D8 YouTube channel, as well as here, for a good chunk of the month, as I'm gonna be helping a lot with the Pathfinder 2e stuff, because I'm a nerd. And if you really want to support me, sign up for the Sinclair's Library Kickstarter mailing list. And if you I believe within 48 hours, if you back at least $10 and you signed up for the mailing list, you get a free set of dice.
Ooh.
I just saw the mock-ups today. They look really good. And hopefully over on this channel, we'll be running the Sinclair's one shot that we wrote. And we're currently in the process of getting the 5th edition one out as well. I will be contacting everyone that I know about that when the 5e1 drops, because I wrote the 5e1 and I was really proud that it came out. We wrote essentially crammed 2e into 5e. It was a big thing. I figured it out in like 3 days. But anyways, if you really want to support me there, backing that Kickstarter, which goes live very soon. I can't say the official date out loud because I don't have permission. It's a bummer. But I've been writing some great stuff for both the 5e and 2e side of it. I think people would really like it. We got like a bunch of cool things like lycanthropy curses, where if for the 5e side, it'll take over your ability score increases, regardless of what class you are. So you're gonna have to forcefully take feats. On the 2e side, your literal class feat structure will get corrupted with the feats as they go on. It's really cool. The team did such a great job on it, and we only present 2 in the one shot, but we have 6 or 7 easily planned. I wrote one of them. I was really proud of how it came out. Can't say what it is because it's freaking NDA. But if you want to support me there, that'll be such a great help, as if this Kickstarter does really well, we're definitely looking to make more. And if you want to find some of my other work that I've written, I've released a samurai archetype for Pathfinder 2nd edition, which is something I know the fans have been wanting for a while. And you can just support me over on Pathfinder Infinite, because I got 4 of the top 10 spots on that site. So I apparently write good work. And yeah, you can find me over here. I'm not leaving anytime soon, and that's really it. I'm really hyped about Sinclair's, because I've legit been spending almost like 3 weeks working my ass off to make sure it looks good. And I've seen some of the mock-ups of what we've got, and I'm telling you, this will change 2e, and this will revolutionize 5e by inserting 2e.
by just putting some Pathfinder to D&D. No big deal.
I'll keep my personal opinions out of that one. But if you've seen my Twitter thread, you know that 5e desperately needs it. Anyways,
yes, go check out all of those things. They're awesome. And last but not least, Tessa.
Me! Hey! It's your friendly Discord moderator for the Lost Caravan. You can also check me out Saturday mornings on the Lost Caravan Pathfinder game. Also here on Wednesdays, and here Sundays for the answer. Check me out on Twitter, Beagleloop Pins, on Etsy at Beagleloop Studios. I make geeky D&D jewelry and stickers, and now keychains. And I'm expanding into the pillows and plushies, and it's exciting. I have, if you're in the local North Carolina region. I have a Comic-Con I'm going to at the end of the month that you can come check out and see me in person. And yeah, just come check out our Discord, follow us on Twitter. Come play with us. That's not creepy at all.
Play
Not
with us,
at all.
Danny.
Also, I see you, Cooper. I see you. I see you.
I see nothing.
Yeah,
I'm just innocent.
mhm.
I feel attacked. I feel.
Great, now you know how it feels when we're playing with you in this session.
I, of course, am Andrew, your games master for the evening, running this fantastic game of Locus. I'm so excited to see how deep we dive into insanity as I don't want to say finish, because Locus isn't really a game you finish. It's a game that you try to survive for as long as you can, and then that character just gets to live their life, but you yourself never escape Locus. You were in it for good. Anyways, yes, compared to all these people, I just run one-shots and campaigns. I'm boring.
You're the real hero here.
And like Tessa said, if you want to join us, if you like what we do and you want to be a part of it, you can find a link to our Discord down below. It's where we post all the casting calls, all the information for our games, and where we just generally hang out and be giant nerds, because it's what we do. But I think that's pretty much it. Thank you all for joining us, for watching us. Thank you to my wonderful cast for putting up with all this emotional trauma. And I'm excited for next week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ming.
And with that, I will wish you all a goodbye, a good night, and we'll see you next time.
Bye-bye.
Bye.